great to possess a possession. Yet the country they still for recession. Many people plan not to jump out. But to get one thing I want us to know. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Everything in life like competition. Now the priest they meet up for confession. Holy Ghost I'm a go for protection. And I just go fight on the progression. Many people plan not to jack out. But to get one thing I want us to know. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many people plan not to jack down. Who go come fix our Niger? Who go come fix our Niger? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vawulence Space. 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 Where patriots converge. Sharing raw facts. Brilliant analysis. Breaking reports. Friendly banter. Mommies and daddies, brothers and sisters, friends and foes alike. You're welcome to Vawulence Space. It's a beautiful Thursday from my side of the world. I don't know what to say wherever you are in the world, but I say thank you for joining us again and again and again. Mr. Vawulence Space. Thank you, my brother, welcome to Nigeria. Thank you, all those already requesting for the mic, the blue tickers, non-blue tickers alike. Thank you for joining us. Let's have another amazing, beautiful space up here today. Whew. Let me breathe in and breathe out first because today is, I think today is going to be kind of similar to last week Thursday. We'll be having some guests today on the platform. I've just been doing some back and forth behind the scene to verify if they will be here, and hopefully some have confirmed their availability. If not, to kick up the space as we did last week Thursday. But before we jump into how the space will be run, I just want to say thank you to every single of you that always come out here. I call you guys the first responders. You guys are always here when we open up this church, this mosque, this shrine of Vawulence space. You are always our first people to come in here. You make sure this church, this shrine, this mosque, this atmosphere of violence goes up and is kicking. Thank you for always joining us. It is another wonderful avenue for us to discuss issues that has to deal with national building. Thank you for always coming out. I am so grateful. All right, guys, thank you. If it's your first time of joining us, I say you are welcome, as I always say on the platform. If it's your second time, you know what you got the last time. That's why you're back here again. And if it's your third time, you are now a regular Vawulencer. And to all our amazing day one Vawulencers, you guys are just too much. Every single day we call, you guys are out here. Every single time we come, you guys are out here. Some of you don't even choose to speak. You just come here, get your chairs, book your tickets, and you're always available. Thank you so much. Let's have an amazing conversation as usual, as we always do on the platform today. Please, before we go on, as I always do, I take the next few minutes to, big shout out to all those listening to this platform from our various news handles. We've tried to do all we can to make sure this conversation go as far and as wide as possible. Because for us, I always say, it is important whatever we discuss here goes as far and as wide as possible. Because whether we like it or not, the fact that we say, okay, yeah, probably say, yeah, the obedient control social media, control Twitter, Nigerians in their millions across different platforms Nigerians, their millions, are not on Twitter. So we have done our own bits to make sure that we're streaming this space on the Vawulence Space Facebook channel. We're streaming this space on the Vawulence Space YouTube channel and also on the Vawulence Space radio station. And also our big shout out to our media partners in Gen Media that always also stream these spaces on their platform. We do all our bits to make sure that this space goes as wide as possible because for us it is important the voices of Nigerians are heard. If there's one platform that allows Nigerians converse, what I mean with Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians, no sub to my brother, well-meaning Nigeria. It is this platform. We always pride ourselves on that platform whereby we bring up well-meaning Nigerians to come and share um, their minds and their thoughts on issues that have to do with the topics we put up here. And today is not going to be an exception. So please, guys, as we always say, it's open for everybody as long as you are obedient. As long as this is our own. This one is our echo chamber. Right? With pride, it's our own, yeah? And we do it as we want it to be done here. Thank you. So please, guys, take the next few seconds, as I always indulge you guys, the next few minutes, the next few moments to please share the space, like the space, retweet the space. Let the whole world know that the number one space on X is back and we are up and running. And as usual, we're taking no prisoners. I don't know how many of us are in the building. But I think we're approaching the top number 300 real quick. So please, guys, I want to give preference to our people from Edo, especially Edo Lights. Edo Lights, please. Today's space is a space that, for me, I just want to. I really would love to get input, especially from people in Edo State. I will give my submissions from. I thank God, well-being Nigerians from Edo State, so I think he will do justice to that. But I'll be giving part of my submission from what we see online. The world is a global village. I can have a say on what is happening right now in Ukraine. I can have a say on what's happening right now in Italy. I can have a say on what's happening right now in Germany. I can have a say on what's happening right now in America, in UK, in Japan. So as long as it is Nigeria, I can have a say across different parts of the country as long as I am speaking on facts and figures on this platform. And that is exactly what I want to do on this platform today. Also, I see my brother in the building. Happy birthday to you, Chigos. And all the obedience celebrating for the past Indian. Happy birthdays and arrears yesterday. I think this month of April, they gave birth to so many obedience. Happy birthday to all the violencers who are celebrating every single of you this month of April. All right, before I jump into the conversation, as I always say, please, guys, take the next few seconds. Let's share the space. Let's retweet the space. Let's get our people into the conversation as we always do. Okay. I woke up this morning and I saw a tweet from Olumide Apata. That's actually what really prompted me to I think push up on this topic because I saw the tweet and I saw a couple of videos. Officially, campaign has started in Edo State, so it is now time for receipts. This is the official time for go and verify, right? If you're doing something right, if you have done something right as a party, it is now time for your scorecard. It's now time for you to bring out receipts for people to see and to say, okay, truly, this man has worked and he deserves, his party deserves another turn or another term, as the case may be. Um, and I saw something that really bothered me. And it was a tweet by Olumide Apata, and he said, let me find that tweet and read it out verbatim. So it doesn't. But before I find the tweet, it's centered on the debt that the incoming government is going to that's going to follow the next incoming government. And let me check that tweet. I think it's up here. I think I've seen it. Today's tweet. Let me see. Is it today's tweet or was it yesterday? And it's centered on that 600 billion. And the next government is going to acquire a debt of 600 billion naira. That thing shocked me as I saw that debt. I was like, 600 billion naira? Like, hey, God have mercy. And I would have expected that, okay, because debt, I'll never come up here, still on the matter. The next administration will inherit over 600 billion in debt. Yet, while many politicians, contractors, and their crews live large, millions of Edo people continue to enjoy a level of hardship that cannot be justified. We say he don't do. And I was looking at it, says 600 billion. And probably I was thinking that maybe on the course of the space today, we'll break down what 600 billion can do. Our political class Nigerians are just so wicked. They're not just so wicked, they are also so shameful. Like, and the most painful thing is that even while you inherit this whole debt, you collect all this money, you can still do meaningful projects and still steal enough. But these guys will openly steal everything and do nothing. So when we had that last place we looked at, I remember he was saying that I'm not from Edo, I just, I don't stay in Edo, so I cannot speak authoritatively on issues on ground in Edo State. But he made something in the last place we had it in, where he said that the governor does not even fly and drive on the highways in Edo, that he's a helicopter governor. And that there are actual billboards in a state telling the people that, no, this road, make una no blame me, say this road a federal road. And honestly speaking, when he was saying, I thought it was a joke. And you were on those places that day, you remember I was asking, so are you really, and people had to verify and throw it up on the comment section, and it is true. And I was like, wow. So he inherited this 600 billion. What can you show that you've done with it in 7 plus 8 years? How has the average Edolite life changed? How have you transformed? Which sector can we point out to? And I'm throwing this out there for the defenders of the Obaseki government also. Please, you can, as long as you're Edolite, no wahala. We can do an echo chamber for other people, but for this one, I know that there are some obedience for PDP in Edo State. And I always say this, I respect your decision when you want to take your decision. No, do what you want to do. But I will also on this platform, I really want you to openly come out here today and say, this is why. What is that thing that Obaseki has done that warrants his party PDP coming back to power again? After all this debt, after the road that we are seeing in Edo State roads are, oh my goodness. From the state road to the federal road in the state, all are unmotorable. I saw my sister, she posted a video today. I think sweet child posted a video, and on that video, a young man was breaking down facts. Hopefully, I told her to invite the guy. Hopefully, he will be on this place today. And the guy was breaking down facts and figures about Edo State. And that the road, he said rain fell yesterday, and that the road to the government house was flooded. So if the road to the government house in Benin City itself is flooded, it's not motorable. Which road in that state is motorable? And in the midst of all these things, you're keeping a debt of over 600 billion. And you have the right to bring out a godson. And you want people to openly side with your godson. And without complaining, and people are complaining, they're saying, oh no, we should remove our mouth. No, now. No. So, but first we speak. So for me, I'm not going to do too much on Edo State. I won't dwell too much on it. I would really love the people from that state to champion it on this platform today, to come out and speak and tell us what Oshomole has, Obaseki, this Oshomole Obaseki, Olumide Obaseki, Oshomole. All your people, they come on, get their name, oh. Okay, AI no get O, so the next governor must be O also. Okay, from Oshomole Obaseki, Olumide, oh. I hope say this O go better pass other O's. But honestly speaking, when in Nigeria, I would really love to hear your thoughts on what this man Obaseki has done. And I've seen so many testimony, plus those that were criticizing him here. And I turn to his disciple and say, oh, I'm going to say that he is the best governor in Nigeria now. I want to know what he has done in education. I want to know what he has done in healthcare. I want to know what he has done in road transportation. I want to know what he has done in HDIs in the state. I want to know all those figures because it is go and verify season. With that, I jump real straight down to the Pablo economics. Pablo economics. That is where we are right now. Pablo economics. You see something about this government. A government that is run on propaganda, fueled by propaganda, will die by propaganda. It is just so simple. We have been on this platform. I am looking for that great man, financial agile or somebody. I will try and reach out to that man to just probably have a space with that guy. That guy is the man that with his chest came out and he was saying, hold your dollar close. And last week on the violence space here, we had Dr. Inemeka Obareri, and hopefully he's going to still be with us on the platform today. And he said something also, hold your dollar close. 1 week after, 1 week, exactly 1 week after, if as an investment banker, if I was wise enough, I would have, I would have, I would have heed his demands and probably gotten some, even borrow some dollars at 1,100, and by today I'll be cashing out. But because of many of us, we're a very skeptical generation. Is he saying what he's saying? Is he backed by what? What is it backed by? We did not heed, and today the dollar is going back to its normal position, up. Because when you do Sakamanji economics, it is Sakamanji that will follow you. We are seeing the dollar crumble. Same people that told us when it fell from 1.9 to 1.2 or 1.1, hello, hi, and now quiet again. We now that we're quiet, we are now raising our voice because our own job is to what? Expose the inadequacy of this system, expose the inadequacy of the country, and expose Nigerians to the fact that you see this government, propaganda that they are using to rule this government, it can only go as far as possible. Reality that is Nigeria today is that companies are leaving the country. International companies are closing shops in Nigeria. They are saying they're no longer doing business in Nigeria. Price of goods are skyrocketing. Nigerians are dying of hunger. Nigerians are dying of starvation. Nigerians have died in 3 stampedes this year alone. People are dying because they want to eat rice. Common rice, just get rice. They are giving free rice and people are dying because blood rice. Just this year, we have had over 3 incidences across the country. This is the reality of Nigeria. While they want to be focused on so many attack dogs, releasing them, financing them, pushing them, we will be here to be telling Nigerians, reminding Nigerians of our current position, our current situation, that Nigeria is worse off it is today than it has ever been in our history. And that is all thanks to an inadequate, inefficient, dullard in power. All around him are filled with cronies of criminals. People that don't understand economics, that don't understand leadership. All they know how to do is loot, 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 and loot. A looter continue. That is what APC is here for. And so for me, I will advise, if you have dollar, even if this dollar fall again, please hold your dollar. It will, because it is all magical what we're seeing right now. It is not backed by anything. We are not exporting anything. We're not producing anything. There is nothing to back that the dollar will fall, that the Naira is going to fall back to how it was before without it going up again. There is nothing to back it. No economic statistics, no data anywhere for it to prove that it's gonna go back. The money that they borrowed probably last 2 months to push it to help support the dollar, the money is already winning down. It's already finishing. It's on the empty. Dollar don't come begin to bounce back. They will borrow another one probably next 2 months, and it will fall again. How long will you borrow to defend the Naira? How long will you borrow to float or defend this Naira? How long? As you're borrowing, there's an interest rate to the money you're borrowing. You're going to pay back. How long? You're borrowing for infrastructure, you're borrowing for salaries, you're borrowing for everything. You're borrowing to defend your currency because you guys don't understand the basic statistics of consumption to production. You don't understand these things. And for you guys to get the best of minds, you will never, because you guys, as a party built on bigotry, tribalism, ethnicism, you don't understand anything. It is a government of my people, my turn to chop. And that's why we are where we are today. And it will only get worse. And for some of us, we will just be here to laugh and remind you people that we told you guys so. Without any prejudice, without any offense, we will keep speaking these things. It is very, very important we continue to say these things out there. And also, guys, I could not add up to the topic, the latest release by the USA. There's no space. What we're screaming and shouting last year, telling the whole world of the crimes committed by APC in the last elections. The EU report came out immediately. It did not take the EU less than 2 months, because any international observer that came to Nigeria witnessed the crime of an election that APC conducted last year. It was brazen open stealing. It was brazen open stealing. People were killed, people were attacked, people were disenfranchised. We saw everything play out during the last elections. And above all, in the middle of the night when human beings were sleeping, when demons were having meeting, Yakubu Mahmood announced the criminal drug baron as the president. And after the whole annunciation and everything, the US government vetoed it. They held it. They processed everything. But in their usual fashion, I've always said this, and I thank God that everything is happening right now. By this time last year, if I was saying this thing, that I was having so many attacks, especially from our democratic brothers and sisters in the US. And I understand their sentiment. The Democrat Party in America is the party of immigration. They're the party that, gave many of our people paper. We tell ourselves this truth, and so therefore we have this sentimental attachment to that party. But that party has not been good to Nigerians. Nigerians have been through it. And we saw firsthand their activities. They shielded this man, protected this man. All the information, all the evidences, look at the hard work they did last elections. Releasing documents upon documents, receipts upon Jimmy was in court, went to Chicago court. We streamed the Chicago's ruling from here on the violence space. We did everything possible, just as we can have evidence to present to the Nigerian court that ideally, indeed, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a criminal drug baron with fake certificates. We did everything, but we kept meeting. They redacted the names of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They did everything possible to shield that man. They had his files in their hands, but they did not release it for Nigerian public. Then few months to their own elections, when they are now seeing that Nigerians are crying, they are now seeing that the black community is rising up, because whether you like it or not, I don't know if you're not on social media with us, there is a thought, if people living in America will tell you, there is a shift going on. I'm not here coming to come and tell you whether you should vote for Trump or anything, but me, this year, we are already saying that we are going to, if Tinubu is good for Nigeria and America sees it that way, Trump is good for America. And we have been going on that campaign, and whether I like it or not, these people are listening, they are seeing what is happening. They now came out and used few months in their own elections now. They are trying to pander to us. They're not releasing what we already screamed last year, that we have even forgotten, that Tinubu used an APC, beat Igbo people in Lagos, killed Igbo people in Lagos and stopped them from voting. They are now releasing all the things that we were screaming when we were shouting free today. They are now releasing all those informations to us now, so that we will act like, oh, the US care. You freaking fuckers do not care. For some of us, we understand the game at play here. When we needed your voices, you were quiet. You never came out. You never spoke for the Nigerian people. You're releasing all this and let us use it and do what? Let's use it and do what? We don't know that Tinubu is a criminal. We don't know that APC stole the election. We know that when we needed the people, you did not say anything. So for me, even if it is one person, I can convince as a Democrat, even if you don't want to vote Trump, don't vote that day. Let it be one vote loss. I will be doing it with my own voice and with my chest. Because it is important to understand that we should learn how to hold political grudge. Where people that don't, we just move on. Let's move on. And 2027 will do the same thing again. If there's a 2027. And with that, guys, I'll just wrap up real quick and run into where many people have been here, and hopefully we'll be discussing about that in the course of this conversation. POs, the unnecessary attack on the man, the back and forth, it's just been crazy. But it's understandable because if you're not doing something well, you won't get attacked. You will not be attacked. They say you don't throw stones at unripe unripe mangoes. Only ripe mangoes get thrown stones. If you was not doing something right, all these attacks will not be coming out. If he was just have you seen any of them? Have you seen any day Kwankwaso trended or Atiku trended? Even in the midst of the whole Burara happening in PDP, have the Atiku trend. Are they attacking Atiku? Somebody made a tweet. I'm going to find out. Somebody made a tweet and said the reason why they are attacking Peter Obi viciously like this is because they in APC have the original result. God bless one MMC challenge. One MMC said they are giving $20,000 for anybody that can prove that Tinubu won the elections, including INEC. Because even Yakubu himself knows truly the result sheet. He knows who won that elections. They know where their pain is coming from. They know where that, apart from where their pain is coming from, they are scared of what is going on in northern Nigeria. PO is building the bridge, the longest bridge. The longest bridge. This one a coastal bridge. Coastal coastal desert bridge. It's not desert. PO is building a coastal desertic bridge. A bridge that is unstoppable. A bridge that this one is unshakable. They are feeling the heat from that bridge. What is going on? I don't know if you guys are not seeing it though, but go and check. It looks like southern obedient handles are falling off, but northern handles are rising up. I don't know whether it's my timeline or probably it's how I followed this thing. I've seen so many northerners now and obedience that I've never seen in my life. They are rising up and they are taking it to their chest. They are not even fucking the stuff about. They don't even tweet. What you consider Reno? They just post receipts. Something is going on in the north. The base of these criminals is being shaken, and they are feeling that heat. So for them, the only way is to attack and attack and attack PO. Attack him in the morning, attack him in the afternoon, attack him in the night. And you see, there have been calls for PO to have a media team. Some of our people have been calling from last year to this year. Some people wake up. Some people woke up last year. Some are waking up this year. Some wake up next year. So whenever you wake up, it's your morning. And you see me, I would never come out and ever say I am against or I am pro. I always throw it up. I have my own. I know what I think about these things. I know what I think about what I think, and I always, because I understand very, very well. And if I come out here now and say I think PO should have a media team, many people start say yes. And if I come out and say I think PO should have a media team, many people come out and say no. So I just keep my own heart, this in my heart, and do what I can do on the ground. But I'm going to say this, right? That whether PO has a media team or not, one thing is constant. The attacks on PO will not stop. Whether PO has a media team or not, there are places that PO's information will never get to, especially mainstream media, because automatically they have been sanctioned not to air them. Whether PO gets a media team or not, there are people that his message, they will never agree with it. This is where I stand. I just want to put this out there for everybody to understand. And while I understand obedient movement is unstructured, is headless, even though I've been calling for structure, and I believe they are doing things behind the scene to make it big, wild, and I believe pure people are doing some things that hopefully by God's willing, I think some of them should be on this platform today to share more information. I just feel like we as obedience, we should still understand our role and always remember why you are running and why you are fighting. And always remember why you are running and why you are fighting. Always remember, for me, I always say, I am running to be president using Peter Obi. So I have no expectations from the man. If he does what is good or does, I have nothing I'm hoping from him. I have nothing I'm expecting from him. I see the man as someone that will and should champion the new Nigeria. So I'm going to give him my all, my voice every single day, promote his works as much as possible, push it as much as possible, give it visibility as much as possible, and play my role. So if I am doing my own role, if he is not doing or doing his own role, it does not affect what I am doing. And with that mentality, I just wish I can pass to many of us here today that please, whatever Peter Obi is doing or not doing should not affect what you are doing or should not be doing. Whatever you think you can do, because if Peter Obi become president tomorrow and Nigeria start getting better, go when begin, go come meet Peter Obi, go to Thanksgiving for a house, or come meet me. It is working for you. Nigeria will work for you and your family, not for me, not for Peter Obi. He owes nobody anything. He does not owe me a dime or owe me anything. I always remember that. I have no affiliation with him. I don't know him from Adam. The same way he came on space, same way every other politician come on space here. That is how I see it. So I'll never for one day come and put extra burden. Oh, Peter Obi has to. Oh, Peter Obi has to. So that not the day that probably I don't. Let me not say this what I want to say. Let me keep that one down. I'll say that one later. But let them say the day I cannot do what I have to do, I will not be waiting for one man, a human being like me, that have blood flowing in veins like me, that think like I do, that eat like I do. He's just one human person. Please, it is important I put this out there. All right, guys, thank you very much for joining us. We'll open up the floor right now. I just want to thank you all for joining as always. Please share the space, as we always say. Let's get the conversation up and running. Thank you, my brother Jimmy, for joining us. Thank you, Wellman Nigeria. Wellman Nigeria, please come out. I really want to get your take on Edo State. My Edo people, please come and request the mic and tell us more about the great works Obaseki has done in his 8 years and how you guys want to reward his godson, because he has done so well for Edo State and his godson deserves to be rewarded. Or if indeed he has failed Edo State woefully and you guys have nothing or want to have anything to do with PDP, the floor is open for everybody. Welcome to the Vawulence space. Welcome, let me see the mic to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome to everybody in the Violence Space. Thank you very much, Saddam. Before I go on, I think I have a special number. I'll just play very short. It's very. If nobody talk about you, then you are nobody. When I chew them, talk on a lie. My guy, my lie. If nobody talk about you, then you are nobody. Yep. if nobody talks about you, I don't want to play it for so long because of our YouTube channel. That's if nobody talks about you, you are really nobody. To be honest, about so I mean a lot that is happening currently, and greetings to everybody on the space. Let me quickly greet all our people. Greetings if you are just joining, you're welcome. It's Violence Space, and let me remind you guys again. Go ahead and repost the space. It's quite simple. Just go to the comment section on your bottom right corner. Then you can click the repost button there, or you could click the share and copy the link and post it. So let's in case if you forgot, maybe you're just joining us and you forgot about it. Let's go ahead and do that. So like I was saying, the truth is that for me, the fact that you know there are a couple of people that participated in this election, right? There are so many. There are so many other um, candidates that participated in the 2023 election. I said this thing on Tuesday, and I was very clear about it. Peter Obi, as it stands, is more, and I'm not even saying obedient popularity. I'm talking about Peter Obi's personal popularity. Peter Obi is more popular as it stands than Bola Tinubu and the APC themselves. Totally, like as a single person, Peter Obi is more known, right? So the truth is that if Peter Obi was not someone to reckon with, that's why I had to play that song. If nobody really talks about you, you are not. The only reason why a lot of people talk about Peter Obi, and why I like the way it happens is that a lot of these people are people that have also talked about, that have worshipped him in time past. Not to mention him, I think there are tweets, there are posts, there are videos of these people that have worshipped, like literally worshipped Peter Obi in time past. So I'm not really bothered about the attack. And like I said on Tuesday, I'm just glad that Peter Obi is someone with the right skin for this game. It's someone that has like the right. He as well is not perturbed. He's more interested. I saw the press conference, yesterday. I watched that press conference, and you see a man that has just passion for you see a man that has just passion for his country, for humans, for human beings. So to be honest, it's difficult. It's really difficult not to dislike someone like a Peter Obi. So it's not sometimes I understand when these people, not like I think they make any sense, but I just see them as being. It's pretty. You can't, if you're a politician, you're into politics. You can't see a Peter Obi and like a Peter Obi represents everything that you cannot be. I mean, the truth is that even for some of us that are not politicians, some of us never even touch better money. We never even, some of us now maybe you just get 5,000 followers, 20,000, 10,000, 50,000 followers. Every nobody go hear word for X. You are talking about a man that has laid hands on billions. That was talking billions as of when, you know, Nigerians don't understand what billions, the number of zeros in billion. So this is a man that has seen it, been there, done that. It's difficult to be honest, and it's not, I mean, some people think I'm a little bit too hyped about Peter Obi. For someone like, I'm naturally it's very difficult to impress someone like me. I'm a very difficult person to impress because for everything you are trying to do, I just read you and, I probably give, if you're arrogant, I probably just say this person is not worth it. But the truth is that I am personally, I see some Peter Obi is like that perfect combination. Someone that has done well in the private sector, gotten to the point of being the chairman of a bank, not just a bank. Do you people know? Let me just put it like this. Do you people know that the current CBA governor was once a chairman of a bank that has failed today, a failed bank, but it's the current CBA governor. If a failure, someone that failed as a bank chairman. So you have a Peter Obi that succeeded in running a bank that is, everybody tries to be one of the, at least, you can't name maybe the top 5 bank or in Nigeria today without naming the bank that he was chairman over. Then you marry that to the couple of that he has done something. Then he now became governor and became the best of his kind, as in the best of governors in his time. Come on. Some of us, the person where they carry first for our class for school, we don't like her. Then you people want, okay, all of a sudden now you people want all these politicians to not like Peter Obi. So for me, I understand. I think the only people that attack Peter Obi that I feel, I understand it for these other to attack him because I feel like Peter Obi represents everything that they can never be. If you notice, the only set of people that try to even point out to Peter Obi, someone like maybe Donald Duke, are people that have to be someone like this Donald Duke, like someone that has manageably even gotten to an extent, and not even 100%, like got to an extent, he got to that pinnacle of good leadership. So believe me, it's perfectly okay if these guys don't like him. But my problem is with you, who is dying in severe in the world of someone like Faris, in severe poverty. You are dying in very severe poverty. I think you normally that cannot qualify to be Peter Obi's houseboy or house girl, and you are here with your 1 or 2 megabyte data, and you'll be insulted. So sometimes I just look at this one like it's quite sad. Like this is the height of mental slavery. As in, you're here on a normal day, any normal place in the world. Peter will be someone that, I mean, even if he's proud, even if I said this some days back. I said what Peter Obi is doing currently in the north. Even if Peter Obi did not go himself, maybe he just gave, thank God Dr. Mo is here, just gave people like them, Dr. Mo, Ibrahim, a couple of people, Malam Jabra, and say, okay, I want to do something in the north, how much, just do some feasibility study, tell me how much it will cost, I'll send you the money, go and do it. I'm very busy, I don't need to be there. If he had done that, he would have still been like, a near perfect person. Because this is something that even the reps, their governors, don't normally do. Don't talk about someone that is putting his money and putting himself. It's why when I see people that focus more on quote unquote, maybe what you can say maybe is a limitation or maybe a shortcoming. I know people have like suggestions every now and then, maybe we should do this better and all that. But when I see people that and for me, those kind of suggestions are welcome, and I know that someone like Peter Obi or people around him go around the TL and see some of these things and put, because some of the times we've seen some of the things that we complain about, even about Peter Obi. We remember before the elections when we say, Peter Obi go, they use camera, they use phone, they snap pictures, we go complain. At some point, they changed it. You understand? So we see some of those changes. But for me, if someone becomes fixated on that, like that becomes, hey, this is the problem. Without this problem, oh, it's finished. We are all dead. I just like, you don't really know. Because what this man is doing, first of all, it doesn't owe anybody. Atiku right now, I don't even know where Atiku is. I can't even categorically say. Even Tinubu, I don't know where Tinubu is right now. But we all can say, oh, we know Peter will be somewhere in the north. We know, okay, yesterday said he was going to Onitsha. We know next week he'll most likely be somewhere else in the north. I think you have that kind of person, and but like I said, I mean, the fools here or the fools here are really people that allow themselves to be used. For me, that's how I see it. And the people, because I don't expect all these politicians to like him. I don't expect Tinubu to like Peter Obi. I'm very sorry. I don't expect Wike to like Peter Obi. So it represents what they can never be. So it's okay. For me, I feel like it's okay if they don't like him. It's okay. In fact, the fact that they don't like him, for me, is for that guarantee of Peter Obi's integrity. Because if some of these people loved him and they like frolicking around him all the time or keep singing the praise, I was like, this man they do something behind closed doors we will not see. So the fact that they really don't like him, but they can't help it because you can't see such a person and don't talk about him. So I'll just leave that on that. For whatever is happening to Naira, I said it on Tuesday that I really wouldn't want to talk about it so much, right? But it's still on the advice, like Saddam said. Keep your Naira close. Keep your dollar and euro and pounds closer. Someone was telling me this evening about, oh, hey, yeah, somebody's sad. Oh, he went to sell about $4,000 that she had, blah, blah, blah. She was afraid that the money would go down, down, down. I just told the person, I was like,
When Nigeria, I did that table, though, but continue.
see, I told the person that that was not I don't know why that person did that because I was like, see, the truth is that if these people in power were doing something intelligent, and that was why, like, they were doing what they were supposed to do. We've said it 1,000,001 times. The only way the Nigerian's currency can gain value is simple, from consumption to production. There is really, really, really no other way. I'm sad it's like that. I wish it was not. I wish there was a way to really do it. So the only, let me put it like this, the only sustainable way for this currency, for the Nigerian economy, as it stands, as devastated as Buhari has placed it, to gain any value, it is consumption to production. You can attempt to do many other things to. It's also sad that Nigeria is a place where propaganda thrives. It's fine. It is. You can try to do every other things to deceive people, but there's no. I'll tell the person. I said the truth is that if I add dollar, or rather, I did not change any, money I had, because I know that, well, if it is true, no one it will reflect in every other thing. If I don't have any problem with currency being down. For me, if, let me put it like this, maybe, how do I put it now? Dollar was changing for 1,800, and I can change $100 and get 180,000, I think, right? And that 180,000 that I get, I can buy my rice 80,000 bag of rice for my mom or my grandma or my people. No problem. But if the money now also come down and the bag of rice also came down with it, I will not have any problem, because it's the same thing I was doing before. So I told her, like, it was not wise, because the only indicator you needed to know was that the prices of things were not going down. That's all you needed to know. If the prices of things were going down, you now say, okay, let me quickly change it so that I can have bigger money, so that I can now have a high purchasing power when prices have now fully gone down. I would have said, okay, maybe you're trying to be wise. But for me, it's not. So it's not something to be happy about, but it just goes a long way to further buttress the fact that you can't give what you don't have. You can't give what you don't have. And lastly, for what is happening in Edo State, I left. So from 2016, I think, or late 2015, thereabout, till now, I have, lived in Benin less. Before then, my entire life, I've lived in Benin, and I can tell you categorically, that Obaseki is the worst governor. And I'm sad saying this, because I didn't really like Oshomole. So for me to really sit and think Oshomole was a better governor than Obaseki will make me feel sad. I can tell you categorically that Obaseki is the worst governor that Edo State has ever had. Like, for me, it's okay if you're Lucky Benejo was a bad governor. Was bad, right? But he doesn't try to pretend that he's a good governor. He accepts that he's a bad governor. And in that being a bad governor, he tries to. I think the problem we had with Lucky Benejo was that he assigns projects, but because they've shared the money, because they've everybody, it's more like, I assign project to, let's say, RCC or Julius Berger, and they've had to give me my share. The contractor that they came through has collected the share. They to feel like, well, we don't really need to do this thing. They just go ahead and do substandard, or not even do it at all. So during the time of Lucky, what we had in Edo State is a lot of projects that you see signboard there that the project has been, especially road, that it has been, even in my area, there were places that, were awarded, was never done, and nobody would chase them. So when Oshomole came, the first 2 years of Oshomole's governorship, Oshomole used it to do the things, to, how do I say it now, to threaten the contractors that did not do their project during Lucky, and they were doing their project. A lot of Edo people did not understand this. So to a lot of Edo people, Oshomole was working, right? But they didn't really know that Oshomole was not spending any money. But what Oshomole presented to us was that, oh, because for this work I'm doing, Edo State does not have any money again. So the only reason the reason I really did not like Oshomole was Oshomole milked Edo, like, he milked Edo people dry, like the taxing, the Oshomole made all of us believe that we needed to suffer. Like, it's one reason why, that's when I knew that these APCs use of suffering on the people is a political ideology. That's why sometimes I don't totally agree to say, oh, political parties don't have ideology. I feel like APC has a political ideology, or everybody associated with APC, they have a political ideology. Their political ideology is really to make people, let me not say Nigeria, if it's a state governor, the political ideology is really to make the people suffer so much so that when they get a little, they will appreciate. And that's what has happened in Nigeria over time. As in, they make you suffer. APC deprives you so much so that by the time they give you so little, so you see people on the TL celebrating about some bags of palliatives. It's APC's modus operandi. They make you suffer, they deprive you so much. Where you are supposed to be, like where you should be living like a king, they starve you so much so that the day they will give you Gary, you will celebrate that, they've given me Gary to drink. That's APC's modus operandi. So Shomole also did us a little bit of that in Edo State. But while he was doing that, I'll give it to him, especially infrastructure-wise, he was doing a lot of things. But you see, this Obaseki is a scam. It's why, if you notice, me I've told people that in this election, I'm not looking at CV. In fact, I'm not looking at competence and capacity. The only thing I'm looking for is character. Because in Edo State, all these people that are forming competence and capacity, they be scam. In fact, if you go to say Olumide competence for me, I feel even start invest for you. It's the only thing I'm looking for is character. And the only reason why I believe Olumide has that is the fact that he can even associate with a party that Peter Obi is in. That's enough for me. Because you see Obaseki is a scam. Because he's so useless, he's not doing anything, but he paints this picture on paper. He paints a very huge picture on paper. That's why they call him MOU governor. Everything he's doing is on paper. I swear, if I didn't go to Edo State, join me Obaseki, if I was viewing Edo from afar, I would have said, this man is a really good governor. But I will see all these things on paper. Me, I'll go Edo, I will see people, they suffer, like people are suffering. You want to go somewhere, like someone said some space back, in Edo, if rain fall and it rains a lot, if rain fall, as in you need to factor in rain when you are doing your plans at every point in time. So Obaseki, like I said, it's a this, and let me just say, conclude with this. Like you said, Saddam, Olumide Abata was right. Obaseki came to take Edo State's debt profile from, increase it by almost 100% from where he left it. And this is both, external and local and external debt from where he left it in such a way that currently on external debt, it's only two states that is not. Edo State is the current third most indebted state, external debt. There's only two states that pass Edo State in that external debt, and it's Lagos and Kaduna. Of course, you now understand why Ubawas is looking for Erufai everywhere. So after those two people is Edo State. And you will take this debt, you will go to Edo State, everything is now packaging. Let me just like very, very serious scam. So now the scam now invest me. I understand if you are a bad governor, you just act like you just say, okay, I'm really bad. I don't try to pretend as if I'm a very good governor. But not gonna bobo me, not gonna do like say, not gonna give me paperwork up and down. When in reality, you come and say, oh, you're giving health insurance. When in reality, there's no reasonable clinic where people can go and use that health insurance. Who they play? As in, you come and just do some paperwork in our friends. So I beg, Obaseki, and this coming from me that even, follows on paper. Me, I follow a paperwork where I for nothing a scam now. The few times where I don't go there, I don't stay to see with my eyes. Not even few times. I've almost every year I've been to Benin, sometimes 3-4 times. To see with my eyes how bad is this is what I've told, and it's what I've used to tell, like, some of all these PDP people. The best way, the worst way for you to want to sell a PDP candidate is through Obaseki. Obaseki is a total failure. That's just the fact. A total failure. The worst governor Edo State has ever had. And it's quite sad because Edo State has not had maybe the best of governors before. So to say someone is the worst among the worst is quite unfortunate. But on that note, I'll just yield the mic for now. Saddam, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. And that was your perspective on Edo. I really wanted to hear. So you're saying Obaseki is the Ikpazu. He's the Ikpazu of Edo State.
No, I think he pass to not a pretend saying a good governor. You know they pretend. He go just tell you say he don't give people, he give pregnant women 500. He build Mr. Biggs. He doesn't try to use paperwork. Obaseki go use paperwork. Let the vex me pass. He want to use
With
Yahoo. He want a
English.
guy. He want to be guying guys. I said, don't say.
He go speak English
He
on
go
top.
use. He go speak English on top. Now that the vex me pass.
Oh my brother, thank you very much. Guys, thank you and welcome to the violence space. I have almost my speaker section, the speaker section is filled with, you see, speaker section right now can fix Nigeria. And I'm saying this with all humility that the speaker section I have right now are filled with eminent Nigerians, the most brilliant of minds. And I see many of you requesting for the mic on that. Brilliant people. Please, we're going to have a wonderful space. I don't, as I see today's space, the talk go plenty. Talk go plenty today. Thank you guys for joining us. I have in our midst today Dr. Mo. Thank you so much for coming out today. Bolanle, I see you. Somebody sent me a DM and said that I need to learn over 30 Nigerian languages so that I'll be greeting Nigerians in over 30 languages. I don't know how possible that is, but I think we all understand English. So I say thank you all for coming out today on the violence piece. I see you all. Thank you, Mr. Obiari is back here. If you're on the violence space last week, Thursday, and you heard this man speak last week Thursday, please, if you are here, just let me have some emojis. Let me know that whether I was only one, whether that rem is still only on my body. And please, if you felt what we felt last week Thursday, let me see some emojis for that man. He's here again. He's here again, and we invited someone extra fire again because on Thursday Spaces we want to be having intellectual debates, intellectual. Conversations, or we can have our bass boost more on Tuesday. And Mr. AA, their inputs today. Let's we're going to start from Edo State. So I will please I will bring you guys into it, the second segment of the space, because I know you guys will come in from the economical aspect with Mr. AA, which is where I really want to sit down. You said so many things last week that today is happening. Like if you had opened your church last week, this week now you will be come and see, come and see. That for the sick for your church today because everything you said last week, many of things happening right now, and we are here to testify. But let's go back. Jimmy, I will bring you in right now. I don't know if you're ready. If you're not, we will roll the mic. Jimmy, are you ready, please, my brother? You've been falling off.
I am actually, but let the Edo people speak. I want to hear more about them, and I want to learn from Mr. AA and Obiari today, please.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, I think we'll just open up the space right now with our ladies as usual. The mommy of the house, Mommy Bolande. Good evening. How are you doing today? You have the space in 5 minutes. Well,
Oh
Nigeria,
my
please
goodness.
circle back to you.
Good evening. I'm all right, thank you. How are you? Well, meaning, how are you? I hope you're doing okay.
Yep. Yep.
Um, yeah. It's a Thursday. I was excited. I'm like, hey, there's space today. Now I am making it a point of duty to ask beforehand to make sure there's space so that I can start off my day properly. But yeah, no, I hope everyone is okay. Good evening from my side. Yeah, nah, the I'm not gonna talk on everything because I feel like when it comes to Edo State, Edo Lights can talk, we will follow them. And I am so interested in hearing what our guests are going to talk about today again. But one thing I do feel like I need to talk about is one thing I do feel like I need to talk about. It's PO attacks, and well, meaning you took most of it out of my mouth because, right? It's at the end of the day, right? If PO wasn't hitting the mark, they won't be attacking him. So let's be very clear about it, that the concerted attacks that he has been receiving on social media is because by himself, where he's unlocking the north. And they know that the thing about northerners is once they make their mind up, cry as much as you want, they will stick to their principles on it. And so they're thinking, if this man has started this in 2024, by 2027, right, we will try and buy votes, and it won't be possible. We will try and convince them using religion, and it won't be possible. They've established that the man just loves Nigeria and wants to make sure that everybody, right, that the country works for everyone, and that's important to note. Do we need a coherent strategy in dealing with the BS? Yeah, we do. Right, but that's in hand. That can be sorted out. So I'm not overly worried about it, because what we have been able to do over the last 2 years, in many ways, is shown us how versatile we are. Whilst, yeah, we can be reactive at times, but sometimes, we do sit back and consider issues and then put something in place, which is always fantastic. But PO is generating enough content for us to be fully engaged for 365 days a year. Right. And I guess in a way, if we have a coherent approach to it, we will do what we need to do on social media and off social media. Right. So I am not worried. In terms of Naira Plunges, you see, like, the person I would usually use to send money to Nigeria, right? When the Naira was gaining against the pounds, right? She was doing like 2 posts a day. Today, look, she done 4, right? And I saw each time, it's going back up again, which obviously I'm sure, I guess, is going to speak to, because he said it. When you're defending the Naira, you're borrowing money to get forex, and you're defending the Naira, you're not allowing supply and demand to determine where it should sit, right? You're not allowing that because on top of everything else, you think you're going to be able to rule by propaganda. These people are just so funny, right? You've done nothing to improve stuff in Nigeria. We've got nothing to import. We've got not basically, we're stuffed, right? So seeing that happen today, I remembered what our guest said on I was like, oh my god, yeah, he's coming back. So it will be interesting to see the take he has on that. Right. So I have spoken a whole lot today on various things, and I was going to keep my submission short, so I'm going to end it here. Let me yield back to well meaning at this point.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mami V. Thank you very much. I mean, like you said, man, I'm not. What PO is doing is enough to hit PO. All right. Again, welcome to everybody. Mr. Barry, I can see you. Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo, you are going to stay here today. You are going to close. You are going to start and end this space with us today. So just say, but I mean, let's hear from. So I'll just so we can, talk a little bit about the Edo. So let's have, basically two Edo, a couple of Edo people proceed. Then we'll come to Barrister AA. Like Saddam said, Barrister AA is someone I personally, respect a lot. All right, quickly, I'll just go. Let me quickly take Sweet Child. I know sometimes you probably struggle with networks. Sweet Child, how is your governor doing?
Hey, you mean my governor Olumide Osaigbu Akpata is doing very
I
well.
mean your governor
It's
Obaseki.
moving. No, I don't know that one. No, I don't know who you're talking about. You know, you know our governor now. Forget Obaseki. We know what Obaseki is trying to do, right? Obaseki is trying to have his third term, and that is why. we are ensuring that it will not stand. It's actually very funny when we even see PDP coming out to cry on Monday. If you know Monday, Monday is APC calling, telling Monday, oh, it's bringing back godfatherism. Whereas PDP are the actually people that bringing back godfatherism with full force. ASO is not just for Obaseki. ASO is for what's this man's name? Igbenedior. What's it? Oyeko. Do you know how many people lie behind ASO when ASO guys give royalties to before you think of the people? No, now. And like as Saddam said, this is time for reset. It's actually very funny when we bring out receipt that is fresh from oven. Then you see nitwit come out on space or rather on Twitter say your propaganda, you're bringing up propaganda. This is a lie. Like, are you okay? That is why when I brought out this road on 19th Street, it's actually very annoying that even this road, when I was in Uniben back then in 2010, this road has been like, and it's still like this. In fact, if you look at it, people who have been in Benin for a very long time will tell you that that road is still like that. And it's been like, and it's embarrassing. Look at the road to Asu's village. I can imagine how he's going there to go campaign. How they take waka? Which time mouth you go take if people say, you know what, I want to ensure say I go do one. The principal, im own principal wey don dey power for 8 years, wey abandon the people, abandon all im promises, e no do anything. Like somebody said, PDP is known to be is known to be what promise and failed party, right? And we all know that PDP right now is in shambles. We all know that PDP right now is a useless party. Now, having a useless party, it is very sure to have useless members. It is very sure to have useless supporters, right? Because you can only be useless to support a political party that has decided to keep a oil producing state in this manner. If you check the federal allocation given to each state, you'll find that say Edo na top three when they collect huge amount from federal government on a monthly basis. And look at what it is. You were saying something that we are owing close to 600 billion, right? This 600 billion that we have collected so far, what does Edo State, what does it, tell me, do they correspond with the infrastructure in Edo State? The health, the education, they match? They don't. And if we're coming out to speak truth, if we're coming out to say Edo State deserves something better, Edo State deserves a governor that does not have godfatherism. Edo State deserves someone that do not even say that does not have someone that you say, oh, I need to pay this person royalty, I need to ensure before I start taking of the people. No. This man that is actually coming to liberate the people of Edo State is a man that has no God, nobody behind him. He has never been a politician. He has seen that, you know what, if we leave Edo State in the hands of these criminals, forget it, will be actually 36 over 36. It's embarrassing now. Oil producing state will not get refinery. Oil producing state will not fulfill stand say, you know what, we be top, probably top 5 for education. We don't near. Look at Abia State within 9 months, nine. It never reached 1 year. Look at the amazing things that they are doing. Does OT have 2 heads? Abi OT mama different from him papa? I don't understand. Is the OT different from the number? As in, whether na maybe the blood where OT gets na blue, the one where we get na red. That's why we do rubbish. Please, we need a governor that follows the full steps of OT. And OT is a member of Labour Party, same as Olumide. We've given chances, a whole lot of chances to APC. We've given a whole lot of chances to PDP, right? It is time to give a new party, Labour Party, the chance to rule and show other states that, you know what, we are better, way better than other political parties. I would like to yield you. I would like to take a whole lot of our time here because I would like Zachary here, Idris, to actually really, like Saddam said, he
Yeah.
saw a post of him. If I tell you how I fell in love with Idris, you'll not even believe it. I saw a post. I said, who be this guy? On a WhatsApp. I said, who is this guy? I go find him. You know, when person they dissect information like that. Anyhow, Sha, well,
All
meaning
right.
is it that you don't like me?
But,
Talking, you like to enter. Why now? Why?
all right.
Eh?
Thank you very
You
much.
think I was your dad?
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Eh?
much, sweet chat. Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I thought I was your babe. Like, make I finish now. I don't like this, so I'm hungry. Okay, now thank you very much. I'll
Go let
yield
you
it.
agree with me. You want me to go settle for Oba Palace? Anyway, thank you very much.
I will yield. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, okay, but let me just quickly remind us again the obedient fitness work for Edo State for WIT Olumide Apata is holding this Saturday. So there are different points, and the flyer is online. Like I said, like I pleaded last week, if it kindly help to share the flyer as much as you can. Don't say you are not from Edo State. I specifically last week about people on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, I beg. Now there our sister Nireweboye. All those our people wey there Weibo. Now Facebook they go camp. So please help us to share it on all those platforms. All right, I think I'll just quickly come to Zachary. We'll find a way to shuffle this to go around between the topics. So I'll quickly take Zachary. Let him dissect his takes on Edo State. Then we'll now probably come to we still have Dr. Onemeka. Like someone said, they're giving him doctor now. So Dr. Onemeka and our big brother AA, then Dr. Mo, who is today is a co-host of the space.
I go interrupt you. No, they see a doorman for here. You want me? I go find you.
You see this Edo man, you get your testy title.
I go find you. I have my
What is your title?
what is my title?
Anyway, let's just quickly take Zachary so he can
Thank,
you na
thank you.
landlord for years. Stay with us.
Thank,
Zachary, go ahead.
thank you very much for having me this evening. I am very honored, especially when I have to share a space with people I deeply admire. I've met Dr. Mo once, twice actually, in Abuja with our father, Charlie Boy, area father, not Charlie Boy. And then Obiariri is somebody I started following shortly, very recently, and he's doing a wonderful job, especially on Facebook Live. I follow him. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is actually a call to action. I want to beg us, I want to appeal that all of us we begin to load up on our arsenals and come to Edo State because Edo needs rescue. What we need to do in Edo State is a rescue mission. If an American citizen is kidnapped, even if it's in Niger Republic, the Americans will send the best of their forces to come rescue their citizen that has been kidnapped. Edo State has fallen into the hands of, I don't want to say the Sadducees and the Pharisees in respect to our Christian brothers and sisters, but Edo State has fallen into the hands of people whose agenda is diametrically opposed to what the average Edo man need. My advocacy has always been about what the average Edo man need. And the average Edo man needs are very simple. Social services, roads, education, transportation, healthcare, and a few other things, maybe money in the hands of those who do business. But what we've had is propaganda, propaganda, propaganda. Like I once said on national TV, it seems to me like there's a department in government whose job is to tell lies. Lying is an official policy of government. Like you see white and they convince you that it is black. And if you disagree that it is white, you are considered an enemy of the state. I give you quick examples. In the year 2022, my governor presented a budget to the State House of Assembly. We didn't actually have a State House of Assembly then because 14 of the 24 members of the State House of Assembly were driven away. If you remember the infamous how do they call it again? When you inaugurate a state assembly, midnight. When I remember, I'll say it. 10 persons were running the assembly in an assembly that should have 24. And in that assembly, they presented something called a budget. And in that budget, they had a subhead called economic enablers. And guess how much they voted for economic enablers? 60 billion naira. I cried and cried and cried and went on radio and I asked, what is the meaning of economic enablers? Because I, as a real estate agent or a business person, my economic enablers are not the same with somebody who is driving boat. The economic enablers of somebody driving boat is maybe good road and affordable spare parts. The same economic enablers is not applicable to a woman who is selling tomatoes in Uselu market. The economic enablers of the people selling selling tomatoes in Uselu market could be that our governor Obaseki should stop. Sweet child, I will still call him our governor for now in obedience to the constitution, but he remain 5 months, so he will soon go. So I acknowledge that we have a new governor. We will have a new governor very soon. So the economic enablers of the person selling tomatoes in Uselu market could be that Mr. Governor should tell his goons, who are the people collecting tickets in Uselu market, or those who are from union in Uselu market, that they should let the poor breathe. The economic enablers of the person in the market is different from the man who is organizing shows, or maybe the person who is an MC, maybe MC Casino or MC Edo Pikin in Edo State. So it's different. But our governor voted 60 billion. If there's anything that has happened in Edo State in the last 7 years, is opaqueness. The average person, if I, who is politically enlightened, is as confused as this about the budget of Edo State, I doubt what the average person will be thinking. We don't know. Even somebody talked about Oshomole earlier, that for him to even consider Oshomole good, for us, Oshomole is now like a messiah, because Oshomole built more than 10 6-lane or 4-lane or 8-lane road. This present government has been building Ekenwa Road for 8 years, and Ekenwa Road is 7.5 kilometers. Even if they were building 1 kilometer a year, they would have finished it by now, but they have not managed to finish it. But let's leave that. So 60 billion vanished into thin air. I give you another example. Edo State is the only state in Nigeria where our commissioners, our government appointees, and I know they can't say this because they are under the government, use boats to go to work. Now, somebody will ask me, do government not have vehicles? I'll explain to you. There is a concept called move monkey. Move monkey is another name for something like boat, in-drive, or the other e-hailing services. Move monkey, our government took all the government vehicles. Take for example, Oyo State government bought vehicles, 200, and gave it to boats. So you as a commissioner, if you need to go somewhere, you will book boats, which is Move Monkey in Edo, and Move Monkey will come and pick you and take you to where you want to go, and government will pay Move Monkey for coming to use government vehicle to pick you. So our government used money to buy government vehicle, gave it to a private consultant, so that our government officials can patronize the private consultant, and our government will pay money to the private consultant. This is the kind of fraud we are having to deal with in Edo
Sorry,
State.
Mr. Zekiri, are the cars, are they used to move human beings or move monkey?
The name of the sorry, I'm laughing. The name of the e-hailing service is Move Monkey, but they actually used to move human beings who are staff, or who are appointees of Edo State government on YouTube. Go on. I have interviewed on TVC once, not TVC. And they are all SSS under the government. So I think I've concluded that point. So now we have elections coming up very soon. And I want to appeal to us. We have to deploy our team A. We have to deploy our special forces. We have to deploy our SEAL team to come and rescue Edo, because the propaganda machine that Governor Obaseki has been oiled for 7 years. It was not just oiled, it is oiled with state resources. So you are not using Mobi, you are not using the regular Mobi, you are using Mobi A. You know Mobi A costs like 50k to service your car. They've been using Mobi A to service this machinery for the past 1 year, for the past 7 years. So I'm appealing to us, we have to come with our team A. Now, this is not about Olumide Akpata. I am not a fan of anybody. I am a student to everybody. I learn from everybody. This is about the soul, the body, the spirit of Edo State. I have just gone around Edo State on Civic Voices. If you come on my X, I'm trying to upload all the video on X now, but on my I was not on X. Thank God for Sweet Child. Sweet Child, God continue to bless you. She brought me here. I've been on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram. I went around Edo State. I went to 4 locations in Edo South, 4 locations in Edo Central, 4 locations in Edo North. For those who don't know, Edo is divided into three: North, Central, and South. South is 56% of the population, Central is around 15% of the population, and North is around 26% of the population. Mix it up, it's around 90 something percent. Add the 100 to anywhere you like. And I spoke to people firsthand, and they confirmed to me that in the last 8 years, nothing has significantly changed in their life. And somebody said here that we owe 600 billion. I'm asking myself, where did we miss? Where did we spend this 600 billion? The 19th Street, I think Switcher had mentioned 19th Street here. I live 4 streets away from 19th Street. As I am talking to you now, I can walk down to 19th Street. I can do a video in 19th Street. I can show you what 19th Street look like. I can carry my ring light and generator. Tell any of my friends to carry generator and follow me. And on ring light and show you what 19th Street look like. Now, if you go to TV Road is another sorry state. That is the only road that was started and completed by Obaseki. When it rains, your car needs to have amphibious features to be able to navigate TV Road. Now, this is Benin City. In Benin City, 5 markets got burnt in 2019 and 2020. As we speak, not one has been reconstructed. As a matter of fact, the market in Way, those who know the name should mention it here. The market in Way, the land has been fenced and it is now being recovered for government. The women who used to trade there have been driven away. Anybody who doubts it, call me tomorrow. We will drive to Way and see it for ourselves. It's there. Human beings that are there. We are not talking social media. You know, the biggest supporters of Obaseki are those who are in the diaspora, because he knows how to package. He knows. You see, I've been quarreling with Lagos people. Lagos people here, please forgive me, because my mentality it now begins to feel like everybody who lives in Lagos packages, because this man came to Edo and completely packaged us out of existence. Packaged us. You will be looking at something, but you'll be doubting it if it really exists. Now, let me take a step forward. In Edo North, we have the two biggest factories in Edo State in Okpila, a place called Okpila. That's where my mother comes from. My late mother. She died and she's buried there. The people of Okpila cannot even access basic water. They don't have to drink. When I say the biggest factories, Bua cement factory is there. Dangote cement factory is there. They pay the highest taxes in Edo State. The people of Okpila cannot even have water to drink. I was in Okpila in December. I was in Okpila just about 3 weeks ago. In Aochi is the second, arguably, for the people from Edo Central, due respect, arguably the second most developed place in Edo State after Benin City. I don't know if any of us here can compare Aochi to Warri, because Aochi is to Edo State as Warri is to Delta State, because Asaba is the capital. Warri is the second city. You have Ugeli, you have Obiaruku, you have Agbo, you have all the other places. Aochi cannot even compare to Agbo in terms of infrastructure. All right. So you come to Ekpoma. I was in Ekpoma. I was interviewing a bike man, and the bike man gathered me and they were angry. They said, look at the road you came from, because they thought I was from government. And they said, look at the road you come from. Does it make any sense that a road like this will pass through the middle of Edo State? What did my governor do? They put a signpost there to inform us that this is a federal road. It is state government everywhere fix federal road. I can go on and on and on, but this is not a place to write the book of lamentations from the beginning. I have only come here for a call to action. I have only come here with an SOS. Save our soul. Deploy the best you have to come to Edo State. What they don't know, we will tell them. I am on ground. They can't touch me. They drove one of our sisters, who is also very obedient, the one who did the video on 19th Street. She's my good friend, Mama P. They ran out of town recently. Mama P ran out of Edo State. I think Mama P was not in Edo State for almost 2 months. After they offered that money, she refused. They drove her out of town. They wanted to arrest her. They can't touch me, because me, I'm like, there's this animal that has fangs on the back. That's how it is. You can't really touch me. I am here. I will take you to where you want to go to. And my fight in this election is not out of too much love for Olumide Akpata, but it's out of hatred, disgust for the 7 years of retrogression. Like I like to say it, we have been moonwalking. If you know Michael Jackson very well, he will be going backward, but it seems like he's going forward. That's moonwalking. We have been moonwalking in the last 7 years. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am
All right.
very honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zachary. That was just to ask. You attended Uniben?
Yes, I attended.
Yeah. I actually think I know you in person. But that's fine.
Thank
Well
you.
done. Well done. That's like
I beg, just
that.
1 minute, guys. Please, very well. Please follow him massive. Let us build his account for him up here. Thank you very much. And guys, please retweet the space. Share the space. We are close to, I don't know how many on the platform, but our numbers in the retweet is low. Let's get our retweet buttons up and let's get our people into the building. Thank you very much. Please, guys, I see you guys requesting for the other people to come up. We'll be doing Edo State now. Subsequently, from the next top of the hour, we'll be bringing in Dr. Mo is going to be telling us things from the PO's angle, inside stuff from the PO angle. Mr. Obiari and Mr. AA will be sharing more insights on the economy on the platform today. Mike, calm down. You're coming up soon. All right, welcome, Nigeria. Back to you. Thank you.
Yeah. I was actually going to go to Mike. Mike, why did you run away from the mic? This is very unfortunate. But all right, quickly, I'll just take. I think Organ FAG. I don't know, but I'm sure maybe Organ FAG just want to make some comments.
Ah,
Organ FAG.
okay. So I thought we were talking about Edo election because mine is just general on the
Okay,
economy.
your submission is more like generic here.
It's a general submission, not related to the Edo
Go on,
election.
go on, go on.
Go
Let's
on.
just
Okay,
hear.
just go ahead so we can.
Okay,
You know.
so good evening, everyone. The truth is that I'm really, I'm really sad about the obedient movement and the obedient in general. I'm really embarrassed. The 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 truth is, at this point in time, a lot is happening in the country, and I thought that okay, some people expect that we move out, march, and do some certain thing. But me, I wasn't expecting that because the fact is that what should we even move out to march against? There's so much happening. Is it bad economy? Is it kidnapping? Is it killing? How many should we move out to march? And if we move out to march, who is going to handle all these things? It's still these incompetent people. So it's just about them setting up committees and doing nonsense. So, but I had hopes. My hopes were high. But unfortunately, it's as if we are waking up on the wrong side of the bed. And I was really sad that someone came out to say, show me a school that Peter Obi built, and we are going to look for evidence. At this point of our life, we are going to look for evidence of what Peter Obi. Peter Obi no build any school. Peter Obi no build any school. Peter Obi is a drug dealer. We want him. I can't believe we are looking for evidence at this point. To me, if Peter Obi is coming out for presidency 2027, if he comes out to campaign, I will not be happy. We have passed. There are some things that we should leave behind. There are some things that we should have left behind. This is not coming to prove up to. I'm not enjoying it, and I don't like what we are. We're still trying to prove as if Peter Obi is a good man. Or no. We've done that level. We've gone past that level. I don't know what is really happening, and I'm not happy at what is happening. That we're still trying to sing Peter Obi's praises. We've done that one back. And even this 2027, the truth is that why I even talk about 2027, I'm glad that we're not really affected by that, the mentioning of 2027 again. I'm glad that we're aligning our thoughts to it. But it's not like we're going to win an election. We've done that already. It's just that the constitution states we're still a democratic state. And democratically we have to in the next 4 years. So it's not like we are preparing to go and win one. We have done that already. The mindset should be what is coming up next. That should be the mindset. I don't know if, but the way I'm seeing it, the way we are waking up is as if we want to go and do another campaign or something. The mindset should be what is coming up next. That is why I want to ask everyone here. So I know it's not possible, but if $1 equals 1 naira today, does that make everything right? We're talking as if we're going back and forth. The naira increase, the decrease, we're exchanging word. 1 minute will be quiet, 1 minute. Let me round up. 1 minute we're quiet, 1 minute we're shouting, oh, the naira. If the naira equals 1 naira to and $1 today, does that make everything right? So it's like we're waking up on the wrong side of the bed. We should not. This is not time to prove Peter Obi right or prove Peter Obi wrong. This is the time for us. The main fact is that our voices were shut down, and we should go and discover if what they said was true. Something happened. Let's one. Thankfully, if anything happens, Peter Obi will not say, let's wait for court. So if we are going to that 2027, we should go with the mindset of what is to come next. That is why I say February 25th, October 20, or whatever, when was the court case, we should shout aloud and celebrate this man. We should get up, make ourselves awake in preparation for what is coming next, not trying to prove Peter Obi right or Peter Obi wrong. That is not the mindset. I have a lot to say, but I guess the
Yeah.
5 minutes is over.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Organ FAG. Thank you very much for that submission. When you first start, I got to say, where the carriers they go, but I mean, I think at a point, and the points you made really makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. All right, quickly, I'll just go straight to um, please. Okay, I know they don't put on the speaker section, but so I can see that. Okay, let me just quickly take Comrade Solomon. Okay, this is what I'll do. Take Comrade Solomon. Um, sorry, Comrade Solomon. Wait, see Mike, don't come. Mike, you have the
No
mic.
coming now. Me where already they gather signature to impeach you from violence space co-host
Oh
session.
yeah, now
You think
gather the
say
signature. Gather the
you
signature.
think say you think say I get time. You don't now we won't call the gag for here. Now here we go begin to test our political power here. Okay. Like switch side here. Now call go follow person like Miss Pest.
Why we say Edo people that blood to the heart? I want to know.
We have turned the political the kitchen day. Now we dey determine wetin e begin dey share dollars. For that space, no yet Tio come up, come they begin test it and say, he won't bet my people. We know how this game they go. The second scene, when he seen, now to begin divide the obedient movement. He begin to enter our places. Come begin to convert us like say na just because of political power, because of 4 years. The 4 years, what the 4 okay, Obaseki 4+4 now 8. Abi, Oshomole, he did. Okay, you see this man. For him now, he won't do a milocom because he don't dey around the corridor of power for Edo. So now he know it say he know how things they work. So he want to come now. The office they hungry him now to become governor because to become governor in Edo State he's so cheap. Abi, he will never smell that seat. He will never smell that seed. And we must make it, we must resolve that he will never smell that seed. Osadebi Avenue is not going to be by a political compensation. The third scene where he's seen after they hobnob with these godfathers. We don't pillage, we don't steal, and don't dry. They won't make our money, they want to share our Edo budget for Abuja. Can you imagine? And that kind of person, they must see. You see, every single time go they start say he be chairman of the board, he be chairman of the. Now chairman of the board they run shows for company. West small directors they go and go strike deals, they bring deals come. Chairman just sit down. Every small thing I be chairman of Starling Bank, I be chairman of this, I be chairman of that. Chairman, see, as far as I'm concerned, this is a election. This is a election. Everybody gets stake for this Edo election. As far as you see, if you believe in the obedient ideology, if you subscribe to it, if you embrace the core value that makes us who we are, you not go sit on the fence. And if you attempt to sit on the fence, that your trouser, that your skirt, it go tear, that your nash, it go they pay you. You must take it. You must stand for something. Put the body, put the money, the work they come. The fitness work they come on Saturday. Let us publicize it. For all those who already make up my mind, and my people don't already make up their mind. Not be only then they grassroots. As they campaign, and so with the campaign. When many are they here say don't mute your voice. You know, say I don't tell you
Exactly.
what I go do to you already. So no come to back channel to apologize because me I know say many of us don't feel like you for this violent space.
All right. I don't like you too.
I won't follow you now. If you don't follow back, I will block you.
Oh yeah, no, I don't follow man. It's like I say this follow you, they pay for this
I
follow
don't
you.
I don't use my mic. We don't
When
gather
they
money
tell
for
me
a
where they
election.
pay now for this following, make I
You
go collect my own
why you
money.
not go follow back and you they do co-host for our shrine for our church for our mosque. Now so you want to do preach, you want to do
You
selective
don't do
priesthood,
Mike.
my friend.
All right. Thank you very much, bro. All right, quickly, let me just because we have like limited time, so we won't dwell on this Edo topic. Let me quickly take Comrade Solomon. I'll just take Comrade Solomon. That's just I don't know who drops it. Comrade Solomon, I'll take Jobedient and then Adi Nakos, you follow us do today. Then we can start switching between now go into the main conversation or the other part of the.
Dr. Mo, my oga patapata, Joe Obidi, Polonial, how many I go fit call? I greet all of now. Oga Stevie. The thing be say it already set like this. Normally, next tomorrow, Saturday, now fitness work, we want to test the state. But for Lumide Osagbovo Akpata, the next governor of Edo State, the matter na assurance, na sure banker. Anybody if you go bet am, na sure banker is the next governor of the state. This will not be so come talk gbas for line, but the next governor of the state, I fit assure you. As far as the campaign is concerned, like this, committees they already they set am up. At the local government level, they don't set am. Wards, they don't set am. Some self don dey start their activities, for the small campaigns. So for the local government campaign, as far as my ward is concerned, Ovia Northeast, my local government, Ovia Northeast, where I dey do my politics. Now maybe the director of obedient and support groups when we say the support Olumide Osagbovo Akpata. So for our distinguished members here, when we say the day obedient, the day diaspora, the day of Ovia Northeast, when we say the one maybe say they have faced the show for this particular campaign that is in physical now on ground. If you follow me, I will follow them back. We'll go harmonize because this matter not be to just they do one. We need to coordinate the matter where we need to really coordinate and make sure say when we hit out. When we release, they will feel am. So now the matter be that so that at least go be say things not they go down well because now when we gather work agenda, make we first save the state. Make we save the state. If we don't save the state, we'll fit come dey talk about agenda or one or two things. I see PDP, PDP, what you call them, state campaign list today. People went full there now. Now people when be say they don't dey power, they don't dey there. I write for their normal general platform, but not be PDP, their normal general platform. I write there. Why be say una no dey see youth when they want until they do things, now no they put there for list. Make the youth say that they shame. The youth they not they show for their list. Now so people when be say they don't already dey position. PDP youth now they forbid to dey list of states when be say as in I dey shame. I dey shame. Thank God for Labour Party. Now only Labour Party up food. Not be lie. Provided may you just get and make your way dey straightforward. Eh? Mona come will deliver the whole lawyers they don't they talk am now say Olumide na him save them. Wetin they enjoy? See, wetin they enjoy since Olumide comot now. Olumide na him cause am. Na him make they enjoy that thing. Whether na stamp, whether say they pay for many things. He reform the system. Go ask question. So I not even dey surprised because most of these people they don't. Most of them, some of them, me and they don't pally one on one. They self they know. Say now Olumide go fit save the state. Like go fit work. That's one way they call agenda. Olumide will still deliver for them. He go work for everywhere. He go touch all ground. So now that one
Yeah.
just make a chook mouth put. I agree to
All
the
right.
house.
Thank you very much, Comrade Solomon. I like the way you. Yeah, just let me quickly take. I'm trying to rush up so we can go over to the other section of the conversation with Mr. Neme, our co-host today, to just give us some tips on or updates on what's happening. Quickly, I'll just take Joe Obedient Okay, I think Osaro is back now. So after Jobide, we'll just quickly take Osaro, then we'll come to Dr. Moan, Mr. Onameka, and EE. Jobide Gava,
My brother,
I your governor.
the movement, they move well. Edo 2023 supposed to be one full space for violence space. More just a look at the Gosha because no distractions for Edo.
We go see on am. We go see on am next. We can't avoid this year. We can't avoid.
Because guys, let me say this. I want to say this specifically for Edo obedience that are caught between whether to support Akpata or not. The ones we don't support are not really are they happy with now. For those when see they caught in between, let me explain to you what it means. A ward chairman, if you run, House of Assembly member, if you run, Senate, if you run between now and 2027. You remember how how the last local government election went. So Honorable Solomon, you bear me witness how them take do now, how they robbed and rigged out. It happened because you have tyrants in power. You have a party that doesn't care about the rule of law. Labour Party member will not support Akpata, or you be obedient will not support Akpata. Just know this and know peace. If you decide not to support any other party and you want to sit down during these elections, 2027 campaign for Peter Obi will be made more difficult for you if Akpata is not in power in Edo State. I hope for a situation where in 2027, I go look at those states, say no need, might just rest, might go campaign for my state of origin, Delta State. Edo State should be a walkover by 2027. And you are a hindrance to that process. As per Obaseki, let me play something from his godfather. For his re-election campaign. So what was he doing for all of 4 years? He thought that where he didn't construct a road, that the road, he said, I have visited the 1 and the 2 ward in the course of this campaign, and I have discovered that there are no roads. For me, nothing can be more accurate. That the governor did not discover there are no roads across the 1 and the 2 wards until he went for his re-election campaign. So what was he doing for all of 4 years? He thought that where he didn't construct a road, that the road would be constructed by magic. He also discovered that there are no lights. So the degree of neglect and indeed of contempt for our people. Let me end it here because of time. See, on Saturday everything that Mushomole said has not changed. This was in 2019, 4 years after, and 8 years after, it has not changed. Obaseki promised that when he come, the breweries, and it will start running. Businesses are gone, not working. Obaseki promised. Just go look for Obaseki's manifesto. He has one manifesto that looks like what they use a newspaper to write. Just look for his 2014 manifesto. It's on his website. Obaseki promised a lot of things, and he never. 2019, especially, have come to realize that this man is a fraud, a colossal fraud. And this same person, just like Mushomole brought him in, he has brought in somebody for his third term. He's going to do his own third term, like Mushomole did his third term through him on his first term. He has brought in another person. Edo people, you have to do your best to make sure Obaseki doesn't hold his third term. And like somebody said, this election is an election of third terms. Oshomole wants to do a third term through Monday Okpeboho. What's his name? Obaseki wants to do a third term through artificial intelligence. The Akpata wants to do a first term through the people. The only candidate on this ballot that is doing his first term for the people is Olumide Akpata. On Saturdays, the fitness walk, please come outside. I am saying this to come outside, whether you are in support of him or not, whether you are indifferent about it or not. Look at the other options on the table. Look at what Edo State stands to gain having a continuation of Obaseki or a fourth term for Shomole. Ask yourself, 2027, how easy or how difficult do you want it to be? That decision, you will make it this year. We should get another state this year for LP and get more states. Anambra is there. I tells how you can perform in 2027. I'll yield the mic here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Obedient. Thank you for that submission. Usaro, just list five bad road, you know. I know say the five not good issue list. Usaro, go ahead. Then we'll take it from there. Usaro, are you there? Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Go ahead.
Oh, good evening, everybody. Good morning. Say good morning. Good evening, Saddam. I don't tire. Um, Good evening to all obedient on the space. Um, I come to space. I see say people see they speak English. Just they laugh. They say woman when they find picking, they wear pants sleep. And the situation we dey for Edo State now. If you see they speak English, it be like say we not get challenge or the state they okay. Yeah, the situation of the state don't pass be careful. Um as una talk, Obaseki PDP score. One thing when una go know for this space will be say not be only PDP score card Obaseki name they o. Obaseki name still dey APC score card because the first term na under APC. You understand? Now when in with Oshomole get issue, now e come when they take give am the ticket because the agreement when they get for that 2020 was okay. See the side when you go Kingdom, the most ungrateful personality you can ever find is Godwin Nogegase Obaseki. He fights everybody. You not get they fight to the extent say even the great palace. Now you can say now that one I can't touch everybody. Say this, without mincing words. There are some lines you do not cross. I'm not ashamed to talk. You understand? Though people naturally they are cultural people, and for Obaseki to focus on good governance as a technocrat that it's called. I don't speak English now. Obaseki, for you to work for Edo people, you get this high hope and expectation from you. You understand? Because it was not from the usual class. It was this different class that we thought he could be or is going to be. But he surprised us. It shocked everybody that he's not different. And for me, going into this election, gentlemen are not there. That is just the honest truth. Because if you see now that they really do not have, they say Pikin will pass. Honestly, you and I know say Pikin will pass, not the hard results. It not they happen. When you carry first, you get going to the wrong go house. Mommy, daddy, you know, the excitement. If you see carry second, you know the excitement. But when you carry Okpo, my God, when you carry Okpo, you know, you get the way your wakano is always straight. They crooked one kind. You can't do logbo. You know, point and money, all those kind of things. So because they don't fail, he knows they don't fail. He can't introduce what is they call tribal politics to divide the people for Edo State. Now that one I heinous. You understand? You fail, not do you. You know if it's okay, make I withdraw myself, make I no campaign, make this my candidate, make him go the campaign. You can't introduce tribal politics, can't they pitch this one? And you know very well, say these people, they are one people. It's just one family that lives in three. They live for these 3 hours. Okay, this one, everybody get a bunkyard. See my bunkyard here, see this my bunkyard here, see my brother bunkyard here. It can't mean say we'll be different people. We are not different. And if we they talk of, you know, this your tribal politics when they do, let me shock you. The chicken or the hen that laid the golden egg. Now Oriomo, these are the oil producing areas in Edo State. Oriomo, Ikubaka, the obvious. And these people never come out one day say, oh, marginalization. And these people now they get the landmass. When you say landmass, if you say landmass, now they get an Oriomo, Ovia, there. And they get them. You have neglected these people and focused on people that is in Oredo. That's where my mom is from. A lot of people don't know that my dad is not even from Oredo. My dad is from Uwonde. But I was born and raised here. My mom is from Oredo. They don't have primary healthcare center. And the few ones that they have are all dilapidated. They don't have good road network. It's so bad and terrible. This same Oredo called Benin City, electricity never reached some side. So each time I talk about Edo, I feel pain in my heart. I feel pain because if you check our history, what our great ancestors have done, we are supposed to build on it. Edo is supposed to be, not supposed to, Edo supposed they lead, supposed they show way as the heartbeat of this nation. That is why it's called the heartbeat, for a purpose and for a reason. But check what is happening today. It's like we have gone like 2 or 3 centuries back. God forbid, we don't want that for our state anymore. So we want a breather. We need a new, you know, a new person who will not be controlled by the godfathers. We are tired. We are tired of APC in Edo State, and we're also tired of PDP. They have destroyed every fabrics. Now, how do you check government or governors? What are the indices to check them? The basic amenities, have they provided it? Almost every home in Benin City, it is borehole. Everybody they drill their borehole by themselves. There was a stat that was released by Statistician. I was just laughing, talking about water, and you were giving kudos to the governor or the state. It is the people. Now me drill my borehole. Now my papa drill borehole. Now my grandfather drill borehole. It's not the governor, not the every come they get water. They don't keep water poured. Power plant, Osioma and Azura. Eh? So my brother, me I not get many things to talk because if I dey talk, go be like say I want to cry because the pain is too much. It's just too much.
Yeah.
You know? So I go want submit here and I go say whether they like them or not. Obedience. Eh? Are still together in Edo State. Not be everybody get clout for negotiation. That is the honest truth.
Because you cannot call yourself an obedient, you are fighting for good governance. Then the same governor when you know say he really do bad, when you condemn just within how many months or a year ago, now you work on the praise. It doesn't work that way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Osado. I know say you are you are in it. But I mean, if it's worth bragging about, I mean, I'm from Odion when I come home. I never. I mean, I get two certificates. But I mean, I totally agree with what you said. The level of it's just sad because for but like the arrogance, the whitewashing, the looking at paper, you will think that this he go just dey sign MOU. Then one come top and go. The only thing Obaseki don't do for this, wey me I don see Obaseki do in reality, na bed insurance wey call restore. Even bed insurance now, they be like Chelsea for table. No shade. Bed insurance for the clear. But now na tenth the day. Nothing like more like I don't retrogressed from even
Bender
Oshomole
Insurance, na informer deputy, na Shaibu.
I beg, give Bender Insurance credit to Philip Shaibu, I beg. Thank you, sir.
Na
okay.
Shaibu.
So you see, it's like it's crazy, man. What these guys did. It's like ah wow. Anyway, I think we can probably switch up the topic now. Not switch. I mean, we'll still be coming around this because I know a lot of Edo people are still going to come up to come and speak in between. And I know when Mr. Nemeka was here the last time, he made a lot of reference to Edo. But before I go to Mr. Nemeka and Mr. AA. Dr. Mo, where you wrong go? See Dr. Mo, that's what the calls they do. That's what they do for you. Dr. Mo, come back. Anyway, Harry, Alpha, I don't say you're not too long. So and they see the short way they fire for the TSCs. You made a grown-up man yesterday to be shedding tears and explaining all over it, from Instagram to X to everywhere. A grown-up man. I didn't know that they do now. So is that how you be doing a grown-up man? And he could not just respect himself. Harry, why did you do this? Why?
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm a chill kind of guy. I talk less, more action, and our people they see trouble here, fam. If you bring trouble, I'll double it and give it to you back. You know all those money doublers. Now that's my work now. And we seriously need help, and see, we need miracle at this point. And Joe Bident, you said like 95% of everything I had to say. I don't know, it be like say you just photocopy my mind this evening, and I don't go like talk too much, but I'll just buttress one more thing. Like Joe Bident already said, we have somebody who has never been on the ballot. We only feed view from one angle where we say, now legal life, and we know how legal life supposed be, if not be the way our country spoil constitution and lawyers them, you know. So being somebody that has been able to hold up to the constitution of the Nigerian Bar Association for and the things he signs up for. So this is one of the reasons I'm giving Olumide Akpata a chance. It is not because I want to be. And another reason is seriously for, we already know, in case who anybody know on the reason, it is seriously for 2027. You know, 2027, and we are going to know who the real obedience are. I am sorry to use that word, but I think at this point here, yes, there are real obedience and fake obedience and clout chasing obedience. So thank you, everybody. Have a nice evening.
All right. Thank you very much, Harry. Thank you very much. Please don't stop. I like. All right, quickly. I'm just gonna go. I see you. I know you took me out inside this next conversation. So, uh, but let's quickly go to Mr. Nemeka and Mr. AA. I know last week we had, and we'll bring up like some other speakers to also ask, questions that both of them could also attempt. I know last week we had Mr. Nemeka. I mean, some of us are still blown away from with some of the things I said last week. Then, Dr. Mo, you don't come back. Things say today we are seeing it happen. Then I mean, I'm sure those of us that are used to like mindset space, we know AA speaks. Then even here on Violence speaks a couple of times. Just that it's not always. He's a busy man, so he's not always around. But whenever he's around to speak, he's someone that when person just dey talk, there are very few people. Okay, I don't like to a lot of people, but there are people that when they talk, almost everything they say just makes sense. It's the same feeling I almost get when I listen to someone like Dilly Farrow to me a lot of the time. Someone like, Kenneth Okonkwo. I put that every sentence, every word, because I'm someone that live by the words. So I pick words, not, you might say many things, but I just pick words from what you say. It makes a lot of sense. So, but currently we also have Dr. Mo, who has been toying the whole of Nigeria. I can imagine the kind of Peter, we don't give Dr. Mo work. Dr. Mo go start grow grey hair. Dr. Mo, how is it going? Dr. Mo, are you there? You don't
I tell you.
and you don't get your hair don't grey finish, ba. Talk truth. Just talk truth. You go
How you
you know
take
they
no
follow Peter
say?
Obi, they
How you
challenge.
understand self?
You know say the energy wey that man gets, say not be from this world. How is it going? Update. Go ahead, sir.
As we dey talk now, we dey work. Now the thing be that see when thank God now for violent space like this, now person fit even dey relax self wey if you just talk the way the thing be. Now where we dey self wey somebody come dey say say in the envy Dr. Mo. I say see wahala for poto. You dey wetin you dey envy? You dey envy sleepless nights, dey envy wetin you know where you call the envy. But what else could be better than this, really? Because for people we no know, e get one guy we been yarn here before. I still remember when we Amumu don do. E don tey wey we don dey do the thing, but to come of us honestly, it's it's just like a dream come true, because it go help shorten this road where we dey try this dream where we dey try, get, and that's why we're happy and talking about him and following him. So yeah, there's no sleeping now. Who won't sleep? I won't sleep when electricity no day. You won't sleep when you no get water. Which highway won't take sleep when we dey around you? Never chop. So now the thing be that. So and we will continue this thing until we see that in Nigeria will do. So yeah, brother, I do with you.
All right, all right. So
Oh yeah, I mean, so we've been on the road, and just yesterday or day before yesterday when we had the press conference on the water and education challenge. Prior to that, many didn't know, but Obi went to Kaduna where he completely northerners, all young people. In fact, I'm yet to make the update on that. And prior to that, we were in the states. We had 5 different meetings, 2 meetings in New Jersey. We had Boston, Massachusetts. He was at a lecture in Harvard. Um, he was there in New York, and then of course we were in UK for 2 days and engaging other people, on critical issues on the line of the things we're talking about, holding government accountable, attending to critical issues, and creating so much content that I felt that we haven't even maximized or used. Everybody who spoke on this platform, you know, like you said, or Saddam said rightly, that we are capable of changing this country. And part of the update tonight is, before I give my own small lecture, is to say that, when you're going to see where people, because obedient, that's our energy anyway, giving advice and talking and all of that. Because he has to even reduce his level, to meet up with the everyday people. That's just the purest truth, because before this guy was 40, he was already a billionaire. Let's not even kid about that, He was MD of banks and all of that, and before he even became governor in the first place. But he had to come down because this is somebody who truly, genuinely, it's almost like somebody who is made for this particular season and time of our life. He has dedicated, he has given himself completely governor. And nearly 10 years after being governor, we are still carrying and rehearsing some of correct. But because he sees ahead, he would align with you just so that we can, for the bigger picture. And so before I say any other thing or even talk about updates and give my own side of the perspective, the things that we're clamoring for, because there's been so much about PR and all of that, it's already in place. It's being worked on as we speak right now. So I need us to just, as a movement, as a people, to just relax where that is concerned. And I've had today along with, we've been back and forth over this. And he said, okay, if that's what it's going to take, okay, let's sort it out and get it done and have that, if that will, you know. But I can tell you, and like you usually will say, this is what I see as the issue. This is the problem. I mean, where do you want to start from? On a normal day after election, some people go return back to Dubai, others go back to UK, US, others go back to their farms and all of that. And this guy decided to now be going. I mean, he's been to Jos twice. He's been to Sokoto. He is not just going mosque during the Ramadan and going around. That we have a sitting president, and this one is going around and doing all of these things. In fact, I'm surprised that they've not even come to like see. Let's add, if there was anything they could find on him, by today he would have been incapacitated. So I'm saying that to say that I'm even surprised that people are thinking. There are people that I can't even mention their name because they never even go school rich. They can't even express themselves like some of the obedient can do. And because of some, the obedience are made of the most, in terms of eloquence and proficiency and efficiency. In terms of people who have class and elegance, we have them. If you talk about the market people, we have them. Bricklayers, we have them. Whatever you want to talk about, global video content editors, writers, we have them in the obedient movement. And you want those who go meet you, poto poto to poto poto, in full ground for this place. So said when he got to the Harvard Law School, he said, Dr. Moore, listen, these children want me to come. None of them here is up to the age of my daughter. I will not allow them to pay for my fees. No, I will pay. The same thing when we're going to Ghana. I said, the guy that is inviting us for the convention is the age of my son. No, I pay my way to everywhere I'm going to. This is the quality of the person we're talking about. And then you have people who I have no words to describe them. Even for me, it's beneath me. It's beneath the people I trained 10 years ago to attend to these people. And then you have our people, PO has created too much content that we can't even catch up with. Look at what we did prior to the elections, during the elections. We are the ones, we know how to shut the mouth of the lions. Now, have we suddenly forgotten who we are as a people? Now, where they make people, and I no one call names, somebody will call in these people. He's saying don't pay too much PR prior to the elections and during the elections. He paid so much money, and yet the obedient people shut him up. Shut them, all of them up. And then you just have in their own words, they are not even more than two people tweeting. And we know who these people are. We're not even supposed to attend to them. Actually, for them, because I used to be friends with some of them, and they told me in confidence that they've been paid so much money to carry out this. We know they've been paid so much money to go, and it's like somebody coming here and arguing with me that, no, Dr. Mo, you're not a PhD. And then I'm setting up a PR team to go and counter him. I'm bringing out my thesis. I'm bringing out my gown, how I went to school. I'm calling my lecturers. Who bloody cares? Peter Obi has made it impossible for these people to go. Look at what he has done. And I want to say it here. Where we went to in Kebbi State, for example, we went to Sokoto when he went to the Faculty of Agriculture, where he gave them the borehole. The dean of faculty came out to say that this is the first time an individual will bring such, intervention to them in the entire faculty, because they didn't even have that. All the students were out. If you go there, those places we went to, and call Peter Obi name, then go so beat you, eh? Now, in Kebbi State and in some of the northern state where we went to, the places that we PO put boreholes, those guys are not on X. They're not on Twitter. They're not even on Facebook. And let me say this here for data and for clarification. Going by INEC standard, I'm not talking about we as a people. We know our data and we know how many millions of people voted for Peter Obi. But we're just saying, stay with crooked INEC. They say 6 million voted for Peter Obi, right? The people making noise on X, or the people we know today that we call the obedient movement, all of us put together, we are not even 20% of that number. Because sometimes it's important to have some clear perspective as we deal with issues as we go. So we're not up to 20% of that number. Out of that 20%, on X, maybe we have arguably between 5, 7, or 8% of that 20%. And then of that, you have two people or one man making noise, and some people are already, let's go ahead and do it. That's how reasonable he is as a person. And he takes this is somebody that he sometimes is difficult to talk. It's just a gift, and we should be grateful, in our lifetime. that we have somebody like this that we can, because he will help us to shorten dream that we need to achieve. Because honestly, like I said, from the control narrative team that we have, or the curators that we have, gurus, the video editors, the writers, and all of that. Majority of the people talking are distributors, and we have them in masses. If at all we think anything is a problem, I mean, we should not. These people, they feed on the energy that we give them, and deliberately they do that. I don't want to call name, but one of my friends, who is one of the people who insults Peter Obi very well. Incidentally, when I went to the DSS, I want that I don't have traction on my page. I'll just go to my page and say Peter Obi is stupid, and then boom, 500 people will start talking about him, and then they will pay him money. I'm telling you, this is what we discussed, but obedience are falling for it, and I'm like, goodness gracious. Some of the discussions we have here, nobody, but because of the openness, we discuss our strategy in open sessions, which, well, sometimes you, but fine. But it's important for us to understand distractions as we are as a people. They are so afraid of where our principal as a person is going, because he has changed the temperature and the narrative of politicking, you know. But I want to say, for while we were going to ensure that we have a proper channeling of dealing with issues, like many of us have advised, and have also the fears, and we've talked about what we will go about this. If we don't go about it professionally and deal with it when it comes to, there are the five essentials elements that has to be dealt with when you're talking about campaign, from capacity, that's surrounding ourselves, with the right people, and we have them in the obedient, building the community that will help to mobilize and comprehensively at every levels, like I've explained, in terms of the writers, the curators, and all of the people. It's also important to have the capital to be able to go, and then communicating to craft inclusive messaging that reflects, our principal's character from what he's already doing. He's created too much already, to deal with. And then, of course, we have our creed as a people. There are things we cannot give into, you know the and oftentimes, and all the times, he talks about, you know he talks about excuse me, these things, continuously, you know but the main issue in terms of the update is that it's important, because the energy of this guy is too much. He's not about to sleep. Like, that, it does not matter, because right now what is going on in Nigeria is that you see the coastal, they can do come 2027 is to buy votes and pay people to do exactly what they are doing right now, to ensure that the infiltrators distract us. That's all that they have. That's all they can do. They don't have anything more they can do, because single-handedly, Peter Obi has changed the narrative of conversation where Nigeria's politics is concerned.
Yeah.
And can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, can hear you.
Oh, okay. And this is what is essential. It's essential to bring to the fore as part of the updates. Before now, it was that Peter Obi does not like the North and all of that. But in just few weeks, the narrative from the Ramadan period to what he has done, to engaging to the deepest and farthest part of the North, especially the core North, the narrative has changed. And I remember the conversation we had just about 2 weeks into the intervention, and you could see there was almost like the division between the Fulanis and the Hausas and all of that. And when we spoke, I said, fantastic. These are good. These are the kinds of narrative we should be having. The Hausas want to own him. The Fulanis want to own him. And it was that point show political, religious, cultural context of northern Nigeria. There are over 200 languages in northern Nigeria. But you understand the geniuses of the founding fathers that made it possible for you to think of a monolithic north. You're thinking of just one or two tribes when you think of northern Nigeria. It's out of ingenuity. Now, to understand, Adamawa State alone has over 100 languages. So, but penetrating through that and understanding how the elites in the north have impoverished the north for all these years, look at what happened. I give you a classic example during the Ramadan. Jigawa State and one other state, they said they're spending over 10 billion to feed people during the Ramadan. All these are just scams. They don't even spend 100 million. That's how they steal money. With what Peter Obi has done right now, the people there they will beat any politician that come to talk nonsense. I have personally done videos with the people on ground, and we have their contacts, we have their data. They are calling every day. These people are not on X. The market women that we're talking about and dealing, they are not affected by any of this razzmatazz that is affecting us. We on X. I'm not saying it's not important. I've clarified that, but it's important to let us understand exactly the perception, the context, so that we can also realign and deal with issues and follow through with what content that our principal is churning out and keep shoving it on their faces. That's what they don't want to see. Today alone, I think the challenge is on channels, is on Arise, and it's going to create a lot of because they are discussing it. Even tomorrow morning, those are going to be the narrative together that will, in quote, professionally deal with it. So let's
Yeah,
follow through with all, but these are part of the
like the way I think I've on the TL I've seen two school of thoughts. But I've not even tried talking about this media team conversation, but I've seen the logical point of view makes a lot of sense. The team manage the narrative online, which I'm glad you said. It's being worked on. I know there's some other set of people that just also use it as an excuse to um as different kind of excuse. I always tell people in the obedient we have the good, the bad, the terrible, the ugly. Everybody's welcome. It's totally fine. But I can tell you, like majority of the people that bring up this conversation, pretty much logical point of view, and it makes sense. And it's good that it's being worked on. I'll just ask you one question, Dr. Mo, 1 minute answer. This question is just so many people can relax. So there's so many talks about structure, obedience, structure. Peter Obi in the last space said, he's working on something. And I actually thought that was enough for everybody to say, okay, let's see what comes up before the next space. Just to give people assurance. Is it being worked on? Just, quick response.
it's going to be, all I'm going to say is that it's going to blow the minds of everybody what he has in place coming. All I will solicit for is just patience and just wait. That's all. But it's going to be done.
my senior, he doesn't like me to call him barrister, but maybe I'll call him Sir AA. Sir AA is someone that is vast in different areas, so I don't even know what area he wants to go to today, if it's legal issues or economic issues, but I'm going to leave him to give us some insights. Hey, are you there, sir? I know we kept you a long
Yeah,
time on the speaker section. I hope you've been enjoying the other conversations. So
yeah,
go.
well meaning. Thank you so much, well meaning, and thank you to everyone on the space.
So, sorry, please, sir. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute, Nigeria, you just go rush. I won't talk say Peter Obi is on space. Eh?
I beg, I beg, the,
I'm
as
sure some people think it's
a
actually Peter
double.
Bill.
After
I,
Mr. Mo speak now, I want to say Mr. Peter Obi is
I
coming
don't want
next.
anyone to clone my passport, please. But people say this and it gets a bit funny when people say it.
Please,
I,
please,
some
if
of
you
my
know,
family members,
please, sir. Sorry, sir, please. He carry leopard. Leopard.
the thing that holds us together here, and then we they take advice from professional, mass psychologists. I believe that so they are very good when it comes to react adjusting, but adjusting, but all the issues, then we are on the defense. And you see obedience falling for this. You know, why are obedience not talking about the Calabar Lagos scandal? And I've said it, that scandal will bring down the first segment of that road, about 1.6, which was awarded to a man who is known as an associate of the president without parliamentary appropriation and no competitive tender. And we are talking about I think while staying on that subject, I think obedience, we need to begin to think strategically. These guys have nothing to offer. They would rather, get us to be on the defense rather than having us discuss the real issues. We can discuss these things. The government may not come down, because if it were in other countries, either you see like resignations happen, but let's stay on the subjects that real people care about. Deep penetration of rural schools in the southeast. Who goes about building, even in advanced countries? I mean, I've been in the UK for nearly 20 years. How many new schools have do governments build here? It's about getting the old ones sustained. From time to time you refurbish them, retrofit them, because access is one thing, but the quality of the education that you provide, the teachers and all that, that's what matters. So you then see someone who just comes in, throws in the war is a battle of the minds, and we shouldn't be falling for it. So I think that is one area to start with. But on the larger issue about the economy, I think my brother Nemeka would be in a better position to talk about Naira closer, dollar closer. I think they meant it, and we all know the answer, because we now can call on people to come and do analysis, but we just know the answer because there is Bill Clinton will say it's idiot. We don't have it in Nigeria, right? Fundamental economic backstop that's upon which the naira was gaining. So you would know that the CBN itself and the Nigerian government had become a currency speculator. So it was all about speculations and manipulations and trying to, defend the currency in rather artificial ways. But it looks like the bubble is beginning to burst. I don't know, but at least what they were doing is no longer working. And you expect it to continue. That's, I think I expect it, because um, as long as the market fundamentals have not been fixed, i.e., we are not earning more foreign exchange through exports of what we produce, then naira just gaining was only artificial. And if you see the way that, I mean, if you see the way that the crash has happened in the past 2 days, you see that I've not seen that anywhere else in the world. For about 950 to $1,000, 1,000 naira, now it's about 1,400 or so within a space of 5 days. So it will continue because we have structural problems. We've always had structural problems, but now there's problems with regards to perception, the market perception, and then there's also no confidence. I'm a lawyer and I advise companies that work in Nigeria or do business in Nigeria. And because of confidentiality, I'm not going to mention names, but I know that there are, and this is the ones that I know. Many more are just exiting because of the economic situation, and I think it's probably going to get worse because even foreigners know that Nigerians no longer have confidence in their economy. any major asset other than full faith in the economy. That is what the dollar confidence level, even by the confidence of the citizens in their own economy. So apart from the structural problems, there's morale is low. Nigerians don't believe in Nigeria. It's not working, and you don't expect in the foreign investors to believe in Nigeria. So I believe that things are going to get worse until a good leader or good leadership comes in and begins to correct all this mess. I think this is where I will stop now. I will
The first perspective you came from, I always say this. I think I've said it probably on space before. One thing I like so much about the obedient movement is that um, it's the I don't know how to put it. It's how effective it is. I don't know if that's the best word to even use, but let me use that for now. So, and it's the opposite. I pretty much see supporters of the APC and PDP as useless. I totally agree with you when you said at the beginning that our strength is also our weakness as the movement. I used to tell people that majority of us started it, or we were the ones that propelled it. Then we ourselves we deal with it and kill it. So we are usually the problem, but always the solution. So, and when I say problem, I don't mean. So a lot of things that get started, nothing propels on social media as it stands today, especially on X. Let me just restrict to X without obedience being involved. If obedience is not interested in anything, whether the thing is good or is bad, it is not going to fly. So most of the time, anything that flies, whether it ends up becoming good, ends up becoming bad, it's because we made it fly. I mean, you may not always be correct. You might focus on something that is not necessary every now. We are humans. We are not infallible or something. However, they put it, but it's how we can select battles to go for, and I think some level of guidance too will also help. Like, but I'm going to come to you on at some point, but I want to go to in the makeup. I wanted to come to you based on the effect of rule of law really on this economy issue, because you talked about confidence as well on the government. But let's go to Mr. Enemeka. Mr. Enemeka.
Thank you, my brother. It seems as if you now, Barrister Noze have actually mentioned the fact that many companies are leaving. It's not just many companies that are going to live in drugs. It's also PZ. The only place they actually made tangible profit from real
Mr.
oppression.
Enemeka,
Yes.
I think we are struggling to hear by their background. You shall know them. I can almost tell that Mr. Enemeka is in
Okay,
Nigeria.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's almost as if your gen is
No, can you hear me? It's my fan. Let me put it off. Can you hear me?
okay. It's better now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's very better. Yes.
Okay, good. So if you look at PZ performance, in the three regions where they operated, three key regions from Asia, Europe, and Africa. The only place in 2023 was in Nigeria. Of the land. People don't understand the importance of respect for contracts, strict enforcement of order and the regulations without bending corners. Now ask yourself this question. Our major foreign exchange earner, the crude oil, the oil and gas sector, which is almost about 90%. At a time, it was 95%. Why are there no investments, new investments coming? You ask yourself this question. South Africa does not produce 1% of the crude oil we produce here. In fact, the first refinery that was built in Nigeria was built by Shell. Go and check the records. If you go to South Africa, they have refineries with combined refining capacity of about 540,000 barrels a day, built by consortium of Total Fina, Shell, Chevron. Why huge market we have here? It's a question we should be asking ourselves. You saw this one they did, the one they said they spent $20 billion to build, and you see what is happening. They hyped it, gave him dollar subsidies for the first time in the history. And we are told that 70% of a loan on a project finance was paid back when the project have not refined 1 liter of crude. That's the level of opacity that is above 200 ppm. ppm sulfur content, and player adhere to it. And we know any industry player will tell you this. The higher the sulfur content of a gas oil, it's Edo Refinery, Niger Delta, Watersmith, all of them obeyed. All of a sudden, they decided to give concessions to the same particular person, the same particular company, to be selling diesel that is almost left and right of what is happening to them. We are busy clapping. Let me tell you, if they decide to give the same level playing ground, everybody bring in the same thing they are doing, 500 ppm, 800 ppm, and we land a I am asked this question. If the man was so magnanimous to the ignorant people who do not understand what is happening, why have they not crashed the price of cement in Nigeria by 40%, since 90% of the input cost of cement are domestically produced? And these are people we handed over our cement assets for peanuts. We are not fools in this country. And you expect an ExxonMobil, a Total, or a Chevron to begin to compete with this kind of monstrous arrangement? No, sir, nobody will do it. In this kind of mafioso economy, where no rule is respected, where waivers are granted to 1 or 2 or 3 cartel members because you think the person is a fool. Now, let me tell us the truth, and the truth everybody must have to accept here today. Some of us are here and we are stuck here. The global investing public, they see what is happening. S&P carried the report, Bloomberg carried the report, and they came out to come and these guys are sincere and honest. One of the things why I respected late Musa Shehu, President Yadua, was the fact that the man was a different man. I only weep that if that man had been alive to rule for 8 years, Nigeria would have not been where we are today. The first thing Yadua did when he became president was acknowledge the flawed nature of the election that brought him to power. What did Yadua do? First of all, he impaneled Owai's report, electoral reform, to bring out transparency in such a way that what the kind of criminality that brought him to power will not repeat itself again. He was the first president in Nigeria to declare his assets and liabilities of his family openly and publish them in 4 national newspapers. Owai's report, if Yadua had been alive, if that smiling man from Otueke had not taken over from Yadua and refused to do the right thing, if Jonathan had implemented the Owai's report, if Jonathan has developed the boss and implemented the Convap report, Nigeria will not be where we are today. Nigeria has been ruled by very weak, wicked, incompetent people in the majority. Yadua understood this thing and he wanted to do the right things. When Yadua came, the cement cartel was so strong. They were doing everything possible to destroy every other new entrance. Yadua reversed such wickedness and allowed the like of Ibeta and others to breed. No system works with this kind of dubious double standard. And that is why we are not moving forward. They are saying dollars annually in that oil and gas sector by doing the right things. The world knows that we are the easiest access to over 600 million man sub-Saharan African market. Nigeria is the best entry route, but we have refused to allow the right. It's not as if these guys do not know what to do. We always tell them what to do. We have profile solutions. People like Katedo Peter said, global investors, advisors. The truth that I think there is something inherently wicked in the DNA of the average Nigerian politician. Wickedness runs in their DNA because if they are not lacking advice. Aramco understood the fact. Aramco is one of the most transparent oil and gas company in the whole world. Aramco is owned by the Saudi Arabian government. Aramco has over 15,000 miles pipeline. None of those pipelines have been broken into since they started operation. But the Saudi government understood the importance of injecting private sector efficiency. They went to do the first IPO. And today, Aramco has different investors. Even Goldman Sachs has investors. Petrobras, the same thing. What is Brazil oil reserve? Proven reserve of Brazil is about only 15 billion barrels. Nigerian proven reserve is times 2 more than that of Brazil, 37 billion barrels. And we can actually ramp it up to 50 billion barrels because there are still different basins, onshore and offshore, where we have a huge crude oil deposit. What do the Brazilians do? The Brazilians are as corrupt as Nigerians, and they discover the fact that they need to bring in private sector efficiency. Why do you think that the only public corporation that is working in Nigeria is Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas? Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas is owned 51% by consortium of investors, Shell, Total, and the rest of them. The federal government owns 49% through the NNPC. Because these private sector investors own majority, the process of recruitment of the board and management and staff in energy is just as tough as when you're recruiting for Shell or for Chevron. They are not subject to the shenanigans of National Assembly coming to do oversight to collect bribe or to mess them up. That is why they are the only corporation that is declaring dividend. The other day they were planning to raise $10 billion, you leveraging on securitizing the 7-year dividend expectations from LNG. The same LNG is the golden egg. NNPC can be bigger than LNG. Petrobras did the same thing. The Brazilian government in 1970 was when that's not NNPC. The Brazilian government understood the important. They now decided to divest. If you look at Petrobras, it is only owned 28.5% by the Brazilian national government. Other investors own the majority shares of about 72.5%. Petrobras has only crude oil output of about 2.3 million barrels in their upstream basket. Their total assets is about $74 billion. NNPC is only what, about $60 billion. A third of Petrobras. Last year, Petrobras declared $121 billion revenue and $37 billion profit. When they have an oil proven reserve that is a third of Nigeria. In fact, Nigeria is a place where any other oil and gas operator must be. But we need to do the right thing, and we have advised them. And I will use the instrumentality of this platform to repeat myself again for the opt-in time. If we want to strengthen things there and remove the criminality, the opacity that allowed us to spend 16 trillion naira over the last 8 years without fixing the refineries, $34 billion wasted. Nigeria is the only country where a vessel will come and load 1 million barrels and disappear, nobody will locate it. Nigeria is the only country where they shamelessly announce every year that they lose $22 billion from crude oil thievery, and nobody's arrested, nobody's prosecuted. Now, to stop it, they know what to do. Look at the template of Petrobras, the template of Petronas and Aramco. You cannot invent the wheel. As a matter of emergency and urgency, and I know they are listening into this program, listen again and take it back to Mr. President. NNPC, as a matter of emergency, they should bring in Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, put in Stanbic IBTC or maybe a Chapel Hill Durham to partner with them. They as book runners immediately start the process of divestiture of the federal government 60% holding from the NNPC, and then do an IPO of about $20 billion on top. If you do this, Nigeria will receive new investment. Nigerians in diaspora. No, we are not bringing foreigners to hairdressers, to see me who us. And then this issue of playing Ponzi game with our national resources. Let me tell you why they will tell you we'll spend $24 billion importing refined products. And for the first time in the history of this country, if you go and look at the history, from 1999 to 2008, the highest Nigeria ever consumed in a day PMS was 28 million liters. Go and check it. And when Nigeria had over 4 million middle class who could buy, it as at 2007, I bought 2 brand new cars in the same year. I was a senior manager in a bank, and my salary was almost about $170,000 every year. As at that time, we had 4 people were coming back from Goldman Sachs, people were coming from the Wall Street to come and work in Nigeria because Obasanjo built a middle class economy that was thriving before APC came in 2015 and destroyed everything. Some of the guys who came in started leaving Nigeria when Buhari became president. And now, what was the attraction? As at that time, when we had a thriving middle class, when the economy was buoyant, we could only consume 28 million liters of PMS. Then came Buhari. Buhari was prepared with his people to come and steal Nigeria dry. All of a sudden, remember that even when Desiani was minister, when they did the Ponzi games they did with marketers and they moved the number to 47 million liters, National Assembly installed a probe and they discovered that only 29 million came in. The excess were through Ponzi games, and most of those who were involved were arrested and prosecuted, and are still refunding money. And people were screaming. But under Buhari, magic happened. All of a sudden, our daily consumption moved to 58 million, moved to 66 million, moved to 78 million. At the time, it was 102 million. In fact, the thing got to a level that even Buhari's right-hand man, the former customs DG, Ali, was so angry that he was asking them, how is this possible? Republic to Togo to Cameroon to Niger to Chad. If you look at the 6 contiguous nations that surround Nigeria, their daily PMS consumption was less than 10 million combined. So even if you add their 10 million to our normal consumption of 32 million or 28 million, our daily consumption cannot get to 40 million. But before our very eyes, Buhari and his bunch of thieves told us gleefully that they were importing 66 million, 72 million, and Nigerians swallowed it. No have been questioned, and the same kind of pedigree has continued. There is no serious government that will come to power, and you saw a team that pretended over the last 5 years the worst lesson in the history of Nigeria oil and gas industry. And when they do this going forward, all the oil blocks, all the oil upstream assets should be consolidated to NNPC. This new NNPC, I can tell you, if they do this new arrangement will attract nothing less than $50 billion. It will boost investors' confidence. And most of the people that left Nigeria to go to Angola, to go to even Cote d'Ivoire, will come back. The truth is, people are wary of this fact. If you take out time to listen to I have a lot of investors, a lot of some of my investment banking colleagues from the Wall Street to those in France, Nasiba. In fact, there was a time I used to travel to Dubai 4 times every year. And what was the essence of the trip? I represent a lot of investment. Than any other place. Honest money. But the kind of criminality, the kind of opacity, the kind of wickedness that we experience in this land over the last 8 years is something that no sane person will want to embrace. How can you have 2 laws? You made a law that everybody should obey. All of a sudden, you bent it for one person, and people are clapping and just nobody. Even the media, the worst thing that happened there, we have the worst set of human beings who call themselves media men. A majority of them are so gullible, they are so dumb and daft and ignorant, and most of them are so compromised with brown envelope that they cannot ask questions. A report was carried by Reuters, by Bloomberg, by S&P. I expected the media men, channels, Arise to press it and bring NNDP and ask them, how come you get a waiver for somebody to bring in high sulfur product into Nigeria or to refine it? Nobody's asking those questions. And we think that this country can work this way. And I still repeat, I have hopes upon Nigeria. I believe God that something must shift. And for those of you who say, oh, if I am Peter Obi, to be honest with you, I won't bother myself about Nigeria. It can be sickening. I see the average Nigerian, those who call themselves obedient, they will be saying, oh, Peter Obi should set up a media team. What is your role as a human being, as a Nigerian? Peter Obi does not need to spend his private wealth to hire a media team to work for him. Themselves together, even if we mean to raise funds to hire the best media team to work for the man. All over the world, people don't use their money to win election. Even Donald Trump, who is reputed to be a billionaire, is still sourcing for fund even to fight in civil cases. Go and check everywhere in the whole world. Election to run election to serve you. Where is it done? Obama became the president of America. Obama was the first time senator. People rallied around him to support him, to raise money for him, to provide all manner of services. Lawyers were giving him free services. Media men were giving him free media services. Created to still waste. Do you know how much this man have lost? Do we know what this man have suffered? What is happening in Nigeria today happened 2,000 years ago, and I say it. Jesus Christ was on the face of it. He was healing, and they were all following him. But when the chips were down, the same people that he was helping and healing disappeared. Mobs were hired, mobs like Reno Mokri, mobs like Buaya. And what was the issue? To accuse him falsely, to label all manner of wickedness against him, and to make matters worse. Even when Pilate knew that these guys were all lying, he wanted to give Jesus a leeway for him to escape. They said, "No. Do you need anybody to tell you who Peter Obi is? There is nobody. The records are very, very clear. It's our job. I don't blame. See, Nigeria is a place where we have a lot of illiterates, even those who call themselves PhD holders and professors, and I don't blame them. A man who do not have the mental and cerebral capacity to interrogate things can always fall for propaganda. And we have an illiterate. Propaganda cannot sink in when we who are enlightened stay at the forefront, sacrifice our time. Somebody asked me, how do you even have time to write us, 6 boys and 2 girls? Go to my village and ask about us. We learn from our father. Somebody ask, let it remain. We need to stand up for what is right. We are going to keep on suggesting, keep on putting there. We need to begin to hype up things. We don't need to be active. Reno Mokri and Buaya and the rest of the Ronu bandits are nothing compared to what alternative actions that should be taken. If it's in housing, we'll show them how to do it. Oil and gas, we'll show them how to do it. Security, we will provide. We will make them look so stupid that Nigerians will know clearly that these guys know what to do. They have received solutions, but in their innest or wickedness have refused to do it. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much. Omo. Whoa. Some unbundling. That was quite like effort. Not let me not say it's effort. What looks like effort that this current criminal administration is doing. Let's go silent. Let Peter Obi. Let Peter Obi himself who will just disappear from the scene. Oh my. And using it to steal is because they feel like these people go talk, these people go talk, these people go do this. Sometimes they pay me because I feel like we haven't doing them a favor. Thank you very much for that submission. I'm going to come back to AA, but before then, I think Polonium have been here for a long time. Then I'll just take some of our other speakers to just make maybe a very quick submission, or maybe if they have a question to either. So we have Dr. Mo here. We have our brother.
I won't even say, on this platform, there's something that we have done for the past couple of years running this platform. Don't even follow us. We just come out here to say the truth, yeah. But please, these people they are Kiri that spoke earlier on. Please follow these guys. These guys are doing amazing work. Please amplify their voices. Let them be heard also. You see their tweets, engage their tweets. I say this all the time that we give light to nonsense, and the most important things we just we don't look at them. Mr. Obiari does this. Engage those videos. Just listen. There's a whole lot of knowledge you can get from these guys. Dr. Mo always putting out stuff dealing with Peter Obi, but many of us we see these things out, we just pass. And what is paining me most right now is that many people that do not even propagate works, whatever he does, you just stay. It's when there's a problem you remember you have handle. So
agree. Let's start our media team from there. Then let's start our media team from there. Then before we go official on this media team.
exactly, my brother, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Let me just make like quick submissions. If you have a question around the topic, Polonium, you did it. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's been a while. Okay, so Dr. Namika, like Emil Saddam just said, writes this amazing pieces. It's from Ethiopia local government I am from, and we have this posting it as write up. I have a whole website dedicated for articles like this on the New Order NG. We're willing to like make that available for you, so people can always go back and read it. You can always post these things as blog posts, and we can push more and get more views, get more insight on the reach. Thank you very much for that, for all you do. Moving forward, see, as the naira keeps, it's coming back up, and for the past 1 month, we have been having crazy conversations and telling people, hey, this thing is going to come back up, and I'm just hoping because at some point it looks as it's just being realistic, and it's the numbers, the facts and figures that are speaking. And this thing is never going to end well. They know what to do. For example, this band A, whatever that they are doing right now, areas that used to have light don't have light again. Do you really think they didn't know you? Some of us will suffer for it. Me, I'm suffering for it right now. My area used to have 20 hours light non-stop. 1 hour in a day is what they are doing for us right now. Because why? I'm not on band A. What have they done? APC has successfully segregated the remaining class of Nigerians again. This is what they will continue doing. Wait till I buy. Like, I couldn't even phantom the whole thing in my head. Like, what's going on? That is how bad the inflation is. And I'm saying, if I'm complaining, what about the kids? What about people that have family of 6, 7? People can't take frozen food again. People can't take meat again. Egg that you're supposed to turn again. I mean, it just shows that we still really need to continue our political literacy, education. We need to keep talking to people. I know it's exhausting, but please, on your status, on all wherever platform you can, always make sure you communicate to people and let them know how devilish these people are. And it is not by mistake. I just gave an example right now with this electricity thing. So thank you very much, everyone. And finally, guys, I'm a female artist. You can stream my music on my status there. I don't really talk about that, but you can go kindly send a DM. We would settle it, get you invites, and you can listen to good music. Much
Let's I've streamed
So you're an artist and you're not gonna sign into Wahala record.
song. I've actually listened to some of your song and your cover. I remember. They're going to help Tinubu speak. Tinubu did not promise anybody frozen food. What he said is cassava gari ever. Please. Best to talk all those food because they talk frozen.
A egg.
Egg. Do they freeze? Do they freeze egg? Just leave because this question I want to ask AA now. I want Yusuf, are you there? Okay, I don't think we have Yusuf. All right, that's fine. Let me just come to Sir AA or Sir AA. And maybe disobedience don't mean well, but the truth is that I, for one, I used to ask myself if I want to go and invest in another country. I think one of the first things I'll look at is rule of law. I'm thinking, oh, what happens? What level of protection do I have if I'm now, unfavored? Let's say something happened, I have to go to court. So last week, on Tuesday of Violence, I said the only investors that Nigerians can attract now has to be corrupt investors that know they have the tendency to also bribe. For example, I think some days back we saw a video of a white, I don't know if it's a Lebanese person or but a non-Nigerian, let me put it like that, somewhere in the north, taking pictures with some bandits, and the caption with that video was that he has gone to pay them for protection for his mining, whatever he was doing. So that kind of man now, he knows that that's what he needs to do. But the truth is that real investors that wants to invest money, I don't think that's what they look at for. So I just want to, pick your mind on this, like the real influence. I think Mr. Nemeka also talked about it a lot. The impact of rule of law on the economy, which of course translates to Naira plunging. So what's your take on this?
Yeah. Thank you. 1 minute. So I think there was a time Peter Obi made that comment about rule of law being an intangible asset, and it's and I agree with that. Say it's a situation where the law has, everyone submits to law, where actually Men don't govern. Governance is of laws rather than of men. What men do is to superintend the process of governance. It should be law that actually should govern. That's what rule of law means. That the law sets the framework within which everything operates, and it treats everyone the same. And so that what happens then is that it limits whims of people in government. Structure project in the history of Nigeria, and probably the has the largest sum of any means that the negative is not certain, but their responsibility of negative or positive risk because you're certain. So there's a bit of business operates on certainty within an on it creates predictability for everyone. So there is certainty. You know what to expect. For example, the you know steal it or take the proceeds of your idea. So everyone is encouraged to generate sanctity of contracts in business. In the things will not change because governments have changed, or because someone in Kano thinks differently. For example, if we have like this, I go back to this Calabar contract because I am really, really up. So by law, because one of the things you do as a there's rule of law, or would I come in and put in investment? Any person can wake up tomorrow and change the law, or them to do. So this is one of the practical effects. Even internally, die not owning a home and not leaving wealth for their children. Whereas mortgage has helped many countries own and build wealth through paying down for the house slowly, and then they are able to build wealth, and then they can use it to borrow money and start business, or even when they die. But the other thing is because of rule of law. If, for example, you create sell a house on mortgage, and if someone defaults, you'll be in court for 30 years, 20 years, and what the court in Kano pronounces will be different from what the guy in Aba would do and all that. So these are some of the practical effects. But most recently, come because it creates reputational risk for them. Because you can't believe this, but there are counterparts who will not deal with you because you deal with Nigeria. Because they think that or anything that looks like corruption, even outside the UK, for example, in a place like Nigeria, a lot of infrastructure part that is now, I think, BlackRock, they will not invest in Nigeria. There's a reason why they run away from in what we do in Nigeria. So these are some of the ways that this rule of law thing affects the industry. Foreign direct investment would not come in. People are not energized to, think about developing intellectual property, doing businesses. In Nigeria, people have sent proposals to government, including my brother Nemeka here. I know venture, they will turn around and do it the criminal way so that they can loot money, but then they would circumvent you. But you can't try things like that in countries where there is rule of law. So, in my view, these are the ways that rule of law has almost every arbitration, international contracts where people would choose that it will be governed by English law. It is because of rule of law. There's a reason why the US currency remains, regardless of all that other competing currencies have tried to do, and openness, transparency, rule of law. It's not in layman language. It's just the honor of the nation. That your rights are secured. You know that, you can plan. But the Kaduna State, the guy went and energize investments. Now that is being reviewed.
I mean, there's something you said that struck me, and I was just thinking off my head. I've had cheaper. The one they gave me was better. If I had money at the time I booked it, I would have booked that one actually. Except it's if if it's the fault of the airline or anything that is not God, you are entitled to some kind of compensation. So long story short, I traveled with that flight back. I traveled. Okay, if I'm not going to get a response, I may have to contact than the money I used to book the flight to and fro. Like what they refunded me was higher than what I used to book the flight to and fro. But I didn't use the flight already. So basically, I traveled for free and I got extra change. Reverse in Nigeria currently. I have a ticket currently in Nigeria with one of. I have sent mail. I have made calls. And business in Nigeria, people don't want anything to do with you. Like foreign investor, you have a business because they feel like you have been exposed to.
Economics. Anybody who is a human can think will tell you factors of production: land, human capital, machineries, and then money, which is the cash. The most important of this is human being, and then the land itself, and which God gave us naturally. And ask anybody who is a banker. One of the reasons why banks lend, if you want money from a bank to do, if you don't have a house
Mr.
in
Nameka, I'm
Ghana,
having this break in transmission with your network. I don't know. Am I the only one?
can you hear me? Can you
No,
hear
it's
me
not
now?
just Saddam. It's breaking. Okay, try. Let's see. Try it
Can
one
you
more
hear me
time.
now?
Try it.
Yeah, go on, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
on,
go
sir.
on.
So, if you want to borrow money from any bank in Nigeria today, if you don't have any house in Banana Island, in Maitama, in Asokoro, in VI, in Lekki, in fact, if you have any house anywhere outside any of the major cities, no bank will listen to you. And of course, the banks themselves know that the process of recovery of a collateral that is a landed of property in Nigeria is so cumbersome and so difficult. Anoze pointed out something about the ease of doing business and the issue of rule of law. What will ease of transferability of the land in such a way that businesses we can do housing? Nigeria today has over 17 million housing units, a deficit that would require almost about 510 trillion naira to fix. And to fix it, we need to go beyond the physical revenues. Nobody has bothered to ask. We have been talking about the amendment of the Land Use Act. We have been on this thing between 1960 to 1966. We didn't have the kind of go and check most of the governors in some of the top cities. You will see clearly that once they become governor, the first thing they look is they go to land office and begin to look for land to steal. The Land Use Act gave so much powers to the governors. Of course, the Land Use Act made it possible for them, if land is going to be used for public, overriding public interest, that the state can take it. Of course, they will compensate you. But that land, law has been abused totally by the governors. Look at the way that's happening in Lagos State. The landmark ecosystem is over $300-400 million ecosystem that employs over 6,000 people, directly and indirectly. They want to destroy that investment, an ecosystem that any other person in the other part of the world will give a leg and a hand to sustain, just because some people want to criminally do a project that is 1 million times over bloated. Take out time to go and look at the Yavi expressway that was done in China. 204 kilometers, 121 kilometers of it across bridges that were passed through rivers and atrocious mountainous areas at a cost of $14 million per kilometer. Our own is 18 million. So they want to destroy an ecosystem that creates over 6,000 jobs, $400 million sized, just for nothing, when they can actually create alternative paths to boycott that. And that shows you the level of the. Why not amend the Land Use Act? The Land Use Act was supposed to be, for example, if you want to use land to do do schools, to do roads, to do hospitals, public use. But today, that is why if you go to a place like Imo State, Rochas came in and was busy grabbing every man of land he could see. Rochas left. This other governor came and is revoking all this CFOs. I know of a friend, my schoolmate, who left as a director in Shell. The boy sold his properties, two of them in Lekki Phase 1, to go to know the capital threat. His house is about to be pulled down. He has been begging all his sweat, a young man who worked hard, working for Shell. Because of the ego, he has CFO, everything, he paid all the dues. Now, if the Land Use Act was to be amended the way it should be amended, and how do you amend it? Very simple. Why do you think none of them have ever about that? This is the simplest thing they can do. No, they don't. See, Nigeria is such a crime scene. What will it take you? Just amend the relevant. Find what public interest is in clear terms. And then, for example, if government is going to take somebody's land that has already purchased to build schools, what will be the group of, sisters that have been working with Nigerians and diaspora, especially those of Igbo extraction? And I was talking with them. Some of them told me they have when they. If you ask anybody who lives in Owerri during Policemen, they stay in hotels, and then they will go to their villages in the day and then retire in or in the night because of insecurity. Now I start talking to those guys, and I when a banana island kind of thing in Owerri gets water, everything. Now you can just, if it's for 5 bedroom, you can just do a penthouse where you daily matters. Any of you that know daily matters can confirm this. I always like saying verify. We did everything. The funding was put in place about $100 million. Then we met the governor more than 4 times. And now, because of the experience we saw at those who have CFO from the governor, they are now being made to pay more money on what they paid for. We didn't want to have that experience. That's okay. And we know the governor has every right to the government. So we did our own valuation. What would be the fair value to make sure every one of them is happy? 2.9 billion. And the committee was so excited. We even showed them proportion of how we employ their people, and they were so excited. They do know what scuttled that transaction. The governor will not hear of it. How can you count 2.9 billion and give to the community? Land belongs to him. So all he wanted was how he will corner everything, make so much money. That is the level of greed. Amend the Land Use Act. They will not amend it. If the Land Use Act is amended the way it should be amended, once somebody owns an asset, he can easily transfer it. Of course, government will make money when there is sales and the purchase of land. That land belongs to that person in perpetuity, and banks can easily foreclose and change ownership within 2 weeks. We all are aware that one of the greatest no for investors is the insecurity in Nigeria. Most diasporans are no longer coming back home. And if diasporans used to come back home the way that would have been influenced. Because ask anybody, when we say we have $25 billion diaspora remittances, actually the amount that comes in informally is bigger than that. Ask anybody, ask they do through IMTOs. But yet, because of the insecurity, most diasporans are not coming back. I know of a group of medical doctors in my village. Every Christmas they come in, they do medical intervention. They spend almost about $50,000 among themselves. For the past 3 years, they've not visited the village. The architecture of Nigeria is so compromised. Most of the Boko Haramites, the bandits and kidnappers are now in uniform. So basically, the only way to make here secure is to go back to what worked for us between 1960 to 1966. Spend 50 million, employ 50 million youths and feed them with Agbado. We have a very structured template on how these things can be funded that will not touch your FAC or your jack. Go to each of the electoral wars in Nigeria, 8,809. The criminal establishment in our current security apparatus, they cannot allow security to work. It has become from those who are on drug. Just like Peter Obi did. Let and 2 innocent trusts. We've done the numbers. It will cost us $3.5 billion as capital expenditure. The current expenditure to run this thing, each and every one of them, with health insurance, with life insurance, and then we will create. We can create agro-industrial belt, not like what Michael Obama did, in a way that we can generate about 150 to 170 billion dollars, or even more than that annually. We will be able to. If you post somebody from Okigwe to go and secure somebody in Kano, they will use religious bigotry and to set up those security men and kill them and murder them there. They will think they are killing a cafe and everything. But if you come to a community, take for instance in Kaduna, 1,200 of them with 4 armored tanks. Whatever religious ideology. Somebody said in the southeast, they were able to operate through terrorizing the indigenous. In fact, there was even a video. And you have 1,000 military men from the same community, farm rangers with more sophisticated weapons. Those guys will either disappear or they will bury them alive. If we put in this unique security architecture in 6 months, just like what to be the Anambra State, Nigeria will be the most secured country in the whole world, because we know ourselves. We will chase away these bandits. You cannot see even those people that are mining gold in Zamfara State. The local people will. Guys, and we told them how they can fund this. From there, we contribute 3%. We ran the numbers. We can. They don't care. I did when the mafias were disturbing Aba. The traders came together and formed Bakassi and over clear them out. Listen, please, whether you are in DSS or in the army, and pro bono, we will provide them with the templates. and God will help us. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Now, but Mr. Grave, Vivalex, Asha, if you know you are here and you want to speak, just raise your hand up because immediately after Mr. Yusuf, maybe, let's just speakers today. Okay, Yusuf, go ahead.
All right. Well, meaning good evening. Good evening. I'm a brother, Dr. I will base my submission only on pure attacks because for any parts of Nigeria, and one of them is the South, and then who hold power by force still. There is no way you can prove that person otherwise. And I don't intend to go too harsh on them, but I'm finding myself just naturally doing it these days when there is a conversation to those kinds of people tweets. Reno Mokri is trying to regain and he's getting audience again. We have to collectively ensure that we keep him where his rightful place is. And other people as such, we should just learn. Let's practice in our quiet place. Let's practice neglect. Let's practice snobbing, and then let's try it up on X and see how these guys will go quiet. They want to build fame using our name so that so let us just keep them in the place. However, I I will keep encouraging every obedient in your little way. You sit with, you initiate that conversation, you let them on my way, I take people, I'll very slow so that we will discuss for 30 minutes. Nobody can be deceived again.
Yeah.
And then if you see my say it on space for sure, but I'll be tweeting it as we go. And when they are detecting we are going to switch move, I guarantee you, just keep walking in the south. The north will be covered by
Yeah.
God's grace. I don't say much. I yield the mic. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, Mr. Yusuf. Did you? I know not many may know you on the street with this name, this correct name, but if you've been around X and for some time and the obedience, you know the Jew. Thank you very much for that submission. All right, quickly, I'm going to go straight to Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray, are you there? So I just want to believe maybe, I know Mr. Gray, Vivalex, Asha, you guys probably are not the regular Vawulence speakers, so you probably don't know how to raise your hand. But Mr. Gray, are you there? Meanwhile, big shout out to our brother Motayo, uh, Kaduna resident, is here on the space, and Miss B. That's my big sister, Miss Barriat, is also on the space. Big shout out to you guys. Okay, Mr. Gray is not there. Vivalex, are you there? Vivalex.
Yes, I'm here. Can everyone hear
Yeah, go
me?
ahead. You have 2 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. And thanks a lot for the space. It's been quite a while. I haven't attended this space, but I've been listening. We need to pick it up one step at a time. We need to move it. We need to keep going. They say when you fall, don't stay down. You have to wake up because when you fall, there are a lot of things you learn. And then when you pick up your speed, it's better than before. I want to shout out my sister here, Sis Adara. Um, Thank you for joining, Sis. But I have a little worry with this movement and PO's, being in leadership. And when I say leadership, I mean that I am very convinced that he will lead not just Nigeria, but the African continent, because we're looking up upon him. Eyes are watching him, ears are listening to him. So my worry here is the fact that one of the things that is keeping our continent behind is the fact that there are no institutions put in place to do checks and balances. If those institutions were in place, all the problems that we're facing and that we've been enumerating here will be curbed by half or 75%. My question is, how does PO hope to redress some of these issues? Because being at the leadership is completely different from actually putting together those policies that will limit or curb some of these excesses that come as a result of lack of proper and strong institutions that will eventually reduce some of the problems that we have in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. What is he doing to get prepared towards these things as he prepares to run again in future
Okay.
elections? Is my question. Thank you so much again.
All right, all right. Thank you very much, Vivalex. It's good to have you back. Like you said, you've not been around for some time. I really wish. I think that question is probably only people that can ask that can answer that question. But thank you very much for that question, and I practically understand your concern as well. Although Pio has not told us he's contesting for 2027 himself, but I perfectly get your question. Maybe when Dr. Mo is rounding up, giving his final statement on the space, he might also make reference to some of it, maybe some of the things that Pio has whispered to him that may fit your answer. But one thing I'm sure is that Peter Obi is already ready for leadership. To be honest, I just it's quite unfortunate. I don't think we've ever had someone this prepared for leadership, and we actually gave him that, but Reinek happened. But hopefully, like you said, and I like the fact that you're optimistic about it. All right, Asha, are you there? Asha. Okay, Asha is not there. So let me quickly go to Mommy B. Mommy B, I see your hands up. I know you want to please make our announcements. Mommy B, are you there? Are you close?
I'm laughing. Like you said, make our announcement. No, I have just one in relation to space. I don't know if people saw during PO's space on parallel facts. I told him about a report, which I then subsequently met him to give him a copy of that report on insecurity and education. So we're holding a space on Saturday. Dr. Mo, take this as your invite to Abeg, where we would be discussing the findings in the report as it relates to the impact. I mean, we're going to hear from people on the ground who are trying bring education to those children who have been displaced because of the insecurity. Um, and we'd like to invite you all. It's being hosted by PSG UK. This is an organization that has been working really hard in Nigeria through different means, both, humanitarian work, doing all the lobbying they need to do, trying to access the international community to bring attention to the continued insecurity. Right. So it's on Saturday at 10 a.m. Please, when you see me, share the space. I mean, I've put it on the Jumbotron. So if you want access to that report, it makes for a sobering read. There's a link there that you can link on to get a copy of that report. Also, just to let you know, I mean, we are in UK. We're going to have a candlelight procession because unfortunately our government is too busy looting to declare a day of mourning. Any other country in the world, if they lose, 200 people on one day, right? They would declare 3 days of mourning. Niger just workers pass. The people are no longer, the value of life in Nigeria is next to zero. So we'll be having a candlelight procession. I think the governor of the state will be in the UK, and we want to take advantage of that. But also, I haven't put that out now. He's doing a question and answer session. If you're in London next week on the 2nd, hey, come and ask this map. Come and pull his legs, because as the number one person responsible for security in the state, the man not to try, right? So that's an opportunity for us to ask him questions and drag him. But more importantly, we want to have that candlelight procession to remember those who have gone, right? But then to hold a candle of hope for those who are still trying to survive, right? So if you want more information on that, please DM me. Alternatively, when we're talking about it on the space on Saturday, I would have more information. I can share it directly. Duvex, well meaning, I know I've spoken for longer than I thought I would. So let me just yield the mic back to you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
all right. Thank you very much, Mami. Actually, I was going to also add this as well. So earlier today, I put out a tweet. It's on the Jumbotron currently. It's on my timeline. I won't want to talk about it much, but I want to encourage everybody to, I feel like these are some of the few things that we can do to help make things easier for ourselves. I mean, even if, or at least to attempt to help. So then, very importantly as well, on Saturday is the Obedient Fitness Walk in Edo with Olumide Akpata. I'm sure with Asama as well, who is the deputy governorship candidate, which who will most likely be having on space anytime soon. I don't want to put a date on it, so as soon as to confirm that, we'll let you know, let everyone know. But please let's try to help share that as well. All right, I think I'll just come to. I don't know if Dr. Mo is still here. He don't go face walk. I'll just take Dr. Mo, AA, and Mr. Onemeka. Just some final words, 1 or 2 minutes as we start to round up. Dr. Mo, are you there?
Yeah, this
Right.
is the longest I've attended, so I'm
I tell
walking
you, say you
alongside.
go today now. You go follow us, start and finish, and you kept. Go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, for even if you hate me, because we receive so much complaint, if you follow me, you'll be able to know what is happening per time. There are people who have said, I mean, if we have hundreds of thousands of people following people who are insulting PO every day, and then you have some of us giving real time, even if you don't like me, just follow and receive those informations now, so that you know that PO is aware and is also concerned. Just day 4 days ago when he had to sleep in Kaduna, if you understand what in terms of security, we can't announce where he's going to, and I'm saying it here, including those who are here to hear it, because it's not election year. It will not be announced, and I want obedience to be patient and understand that he can only leave trails. That is why you will see that only after we're left, sometimes I'm the one to post and say, okay, this has happened. That's how it's going to be for now, and sometimes I've had a lot of calls home and abroad, many people in America and all of that. Even the Harvard lecture, it wasn't supposed to be announced. I can't talk about the security implications here, but just understand that and just be patient um, with PU on that. As of 2027, PU is going to be the president of Nigeria. It's not a question to. He's running 100%. He's going to run. So it's not even something to debate about. What is PO's responsibility to do? He will do it. If there are things that needs his attention, PO does not share questions with people. PO will not send Dr. Mo or Tanko or someone to speak for him. PO will speak for himself. That I say you can say, Dr. Mo, go and say this, but he speaks for himself. He's not the type of leader that relegate, or he doesn't do that. And that's why even if you look at my timeline right now, I just shared the what happened, because now when the interview happened, because I have a lot of obedience in that we will not we can't release the location where it's happening. It will not be done, and I need obedience, especially those in the media, to understand that once it's done, this is going to be for now, because you don't want to know. If you know how much this present, it needs to be said, and obedience needs to understand that. Let's continue to do what we need to do and pray. And yes, Nigeria is the only country we have. We're not afraid, and it's going to be done. We just need to be cautious and also to be security conscious. We don't have any other country than this, and we're going to fix it. If it took 82 years for civil rights movement to break, it took 87 years to break apartheid. We have, with the help of PO, what we did in just 1 year, it took 50 years for other nations to do it. And that's why we know that come 2027, all the lessons from 2023 are going to be put in place. I'm saying that to say that, and I say this humbly, for 23 days consecutively, and that's why I was at the DSS 3 times, but they couldn't keep me there. I led the protest on ground for 23 street. The UN outgoing was Dr. Mo. 6 million people voted for PO. We don't even have 5,000 people. We are out every day with 2,000 and less, 1,000. The international community and people responds to number. If you even have 20,000 people, 10,000 people coming out, it will be a different equation today. Many people argue with it, but I'm telling you, even with the outgoing EU director, he said if you had 20 to 30,000 people come out on the street, this guy would not be to come and speak here. We need to we are responsible. We put them there in the office. Most of the things we're asking PO to is whatever is PO's on to do. PO always exceed what is his to do. Proceedings of speaking, it's ours. We have professionals here. Many of us are, even in our own right. We must call them. We must know them by name. There are about 50 of them. Senators, House of offices and departments, and ensure that we do that. And do what we need to do. Lastly, as part of my submission, I used to hold some classes on Clubhouse, not here, but we will extend them. And based on one of the submissions that was made, how to know that any government is responsible, there are two things at the base level, which has been spoken here today. It has to do with the legal reform and civil service reform. They are baselines. Even if there are no infrastructure, human development capacity, there are no interventions of any kind. If those two things are done, you know that the government is serious. What that means is that the Bola Ahmed Tinubu regime does not regard, they are doing nothing. This is zero, this is retrogression. And it's important to know that because legal and civil service reform is not something that they're not even concerned about it. And when you do legal reform, you're talking about the courts, you're talking about the police, you're talking about the military and the guys. And then when you talk about civil service, because what is happening with the coastal route and all of that, these are us, but this government, and these are discussions that we need to have in detail and all of that. As I round off, I just need to say that where we are today is like where Rwanda were in 1994. Where we are today is like where Europe were in the last 150 to 200 years. We are not competing with these people. Where we are today is like we are like the founding fathers of the developed nations. Our job is cut out. We're not here to compete with the current status of where the world is. We are actually, it is upon the foundation of our work and our resolve that a new Nigeria will be built. And therefore, let's hold this to heart and know that we will do this for the rest of our lives. And God bless you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. It broke my heart when you say where we are today is where Rwanda was. where we are is where Rwanda was. Now wow. We are not comparing. We are not using African countries soon. For sure. But I totally agree with you. Like a lot that you said. I think I will pretty much want to play with obedience. Especially when we put a lot of these maybe suggestions. I know majority of us actually do it very constructively, like I said earlier. But to those that probably do it like is a do or die affair, like this is gang kind of thing. Let's also be mindful. Like there's someone like Yunus Atanko that is doing a lot, moving with people all around, and who's a media person, sacrificing his time. Sometimes I just imagine if that man comes online and see what people just say and he's looking at himself like, so are people trying to say I don't know what I'm doing or I'm not? I mean, it's okay to constructively
In fact,
suggest.
let me. Sorry
Yeah.
for cutting you. No, many people don't even know that. I don't even want to be the pictures and the videos that I do. You don't see me in. Our people need to know, and I'm saying it for obedience to know. I don't care about being in the videos and in the pictures. What is important is to have it out there, is to have the records. So it's sacrifice beyond what we can imagine, and the rest are not things we can discuss on open spaces. But this is our life.
Please, when we do that, let's just try to do it in such a way that we acknowledge the sacrifices that these people are making. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's do it in such a way that it doesn't look as if these people they don't know what they do. With media, I mean, it's sometimes, but like I said, that's for just a few people. Most people say it's constructively, and I agree with those people. All right, Sir AA. Any quick final words, and thanks you've been around. I think Mr. Onemeka has dropped now. Thanks to you guys. It was for me. It's a good space. Mr. A, are you there?
Yes,
Yeah, go
well,
ahead.
meaning. Thank you, everyone. What do I say? Well, I think I want to encourage us just to stay the course because we, as Dr. Mo said, we are doing the battle for, trying to battle for our lives. Because the way I see the situation that Nigeria is in at the moment is, I like to take a historical perspective of history around it. The way I see Nigeria now, that apart from the cues of 1966 that ultimately derailed the nation, and the civil war that was a very very colossal tragedy. We've seen other things like the times of Abacha, but the way I stack these things is the cues of 1966, the civil war. After that, for me, the next biggest tragedy that has faced Nigeria was APC winning power in 2015. Because what the APC has done is that they have destroyed whatever was left of Nigeria in economy, in institutions. Even during Abacha, things were bad, but in Nigeria, they have devalued the Nigerian people. The value of the Nigerian person is, you know, degraded to a level that we have not seen before. Yes. By the time the GTV was rebased in 2013, it was about 450 billion. About 2014, it was about 500 and something billion. Today is about 252, half in 8 years. This is what AP is. In 27, in about 2007, here we were here in the UK with this 2007, 2008. People were going back to go and work in Nigeria. My friends who went back to work in Nigeria, most of them are now part of the Japa community, coming back to do care work. People who went back after doing master's degree, PhD, to go and join a middle class that Obasanjo and Yaradua had produced. These guys are now back to do menial jobs in the UK. It's a tragedy. So what we are doing is trying to save the nation. And that's why I will encourage any person to just continue to, well, let's not be thinking only about elections. Election is just about is a ritual for democracy, but building a nation takes more than election cycles. Just like what we are doing, let's not get so flustered when people throw in all this propaganda. The way to look at it is that, as one man called Henry Adams would say, if we want to save the nation and try to sustain the dignity of the black man, the APC must be removed in power, if not from power rather. If not, if this continues, I doubt we may Nigerians may be on the streets begging, for just food to eat. I'm telling you that GDP cut in everything is destroyed. So, and then what? We now have in power a group of people who are, when Buhari was there, he wasn't doing anything right, but at least he ignored us. But now we have a group of people who are doing probably worse or as bad as Buhari, but using propaganda to tell us that Nigeria has become a Dorado. So, with is Peter Obi. I don't think that Peter Obi is a genius. I don't think Peter Obi will be, would be the greatest leader on earth. But the reason that I support him is that he embodies what leadership, the very hallmark of leadership, which is the power of personal example. About to set personal examples. And if once we have a leader like that, I think we can begin to mend the nation and repair this country, and then through APC. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. AA. When you were listening, the things that Nigeria has gone through that has been I can't I think it's the disgust, the what I feel for them extends that's but we have a job called out for us, and thanks to Dr. Mo, thanks Mr. AA, thanks to Mr. Unemeka, our brother that was here earlier, Idris, and everybody on the space. I think it's probably not, it's never going to be a fair place to end the space, but at this point, I think we've gone like 1 hour 45 minutes above the normal time, but it was worth it. Today was like, I think this was one of how I say now, diverse deep space, because all the topics were quite diverse. In fact, now I'm just looking at like enough time, but even as diverse as they were, we were able to touch all of them and touch all of them thoroughly. So thanks to everybody that.
Thank you very much, my brother. Well-being Nigeria, guys. Thank you very much, our esteemed listeners, our esteemed speakers today. I think well, Nigeria just summed everything up. We could have taken any of these topics and set the whole space on it, and we wouldn't even have time to do it. And I wish, especially to our Edo people, many of you did not have a chance to speak today. But the elections is still up out there. We're still gonna have spaces for you guys to always come up and speak, and general space also for the obedience. We'll keep doing what we have to do. Thank you to these wonderful people that came up and shared their wealth of knowledge with us today. I just sat back and you know nostalgia feelings, mixed feelings, laughing, angry, sad, just despondent. I've had all reactions all through this space today, and it's just been it. So I really, 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 I know I'm going to go back tomorrow and sit back and replay this space, because I always say this, that the replay value of the violence space is golden. It is golden. You will always come back and you will always get something from the wealth of knowledge that has been passed on this platform. Thank you guys for always sharing this platform with us. I am so grateful, my brother, William Nigeria. Thank you. I can't, please, those that could not speak today, as I always say, it's not intentional. It's just that we have to always have a time cap to these spaces. To all our speakers today, thank you guys. We'll be back hopefully on the violence space next week Tuesday. But I just want to wrap up on this note. This is against so many people that have been in my DMs. Many people have reached out to me the past couple of days. Some people have reached out to me. Please, Saddam, don't say anything nonsense. That for the past 2 years that the violence space have been up and running, we have successfully termed this platform an obedient echo chamber. And it's not as if you have been a violencer from day one, you know that we started these spaces having different views. We used to have APC people on this space. We used to have PDP people on this space. We used to have this banter. The space used to be hot. At the end of the space, people will be going back home with headache. So people will be come back because with these people, it is the same thing they say every single day. So it got to a point whereby we asked ourselves, what are we really doing here? Are we trying to open up a debating space whereby we come in with people that do not care about the country, or people that just want to have a say, or people that are paid to come and defend the system? Or want to have a space whereby Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians that identify themselves as obedient, can come together and speak? Because when you go on these other people's platforms, they never give a chance to speak. And I think that's what we created here, and it has been going on so far, so whole day. Spaces for me is, if I sum out my space hours that I've put into this movement, it's incredible. It's incredible. It's not even something that we can, it's unsurmountable. So I have space fatigue. My brain self, they shake to go on space. So alone, the one I spend on violence space alone is enough. I just, if I get space trauma, if I see space itself, I get space to, my body they shake. You understand? So I cannot even, so most times we don't understand. So now you know all these spaces, you don't understand back to back years of spaces. There are time we're doing 5 spaces a week, and back to back hours. The time we're doing spaces, 14 hours. Crazy times we did on this space, pushing narratives, defending the movement. So for some of us on this platform, and with that we grew so big, and we got enemies. We got enemies from I became the enemy number one of the children of the roasted corn and the PDP, because by God's doing and by the fact that you guys understood the message we're doing here, Violence Space has been the biggest political platform in Nigeria. Ban on. And we have been doing the numbers back to back to back, the interactions, the kind of minds that come up here, the kind of conversations we have shaped here, the places this conversation has gone to the point that we can categorically say and state that the Aso Rock Villa itself is tuned into this platform. They know of the violence space. So when you go to the cyber crimes unit division, you go to the DSS, you go to the Interpol, they all know of violence space. Go there and go and ask and verify. They will tell you. We grew and we have done great things. ugly. And with this violence space, some have reached out to me personally and said, Saddam, you did so many crazy things, but there is a space that will drag you. There is a space that will call you out. There's a space that will bring you to check, no matter how many billion of followers you have. To chase clout. Never am I here to become celebrity or star. Those that know me outside, that know me, with a little fame is. But most of us, I just chose to that part because for me, it is my own contribution to making sure that I can see a better Nigeria in my lifetime. And so for me, I take this movement like a lifetime job. And I take protecting the image of Peter Obi like a lifetime job. So if I'm fighting an APC or a PDP bigot attacking Peter Obi and I'm obedient to go and attack Peter Obi, I will attack you. To join the children of the roasted corn with all their tax Greno is giving him, Buana is giving him, you don't have your own sense to think that this man is a human being. You also want to attack him. You attack me, I will attack you. I see your attack on that man as an attack on me. I will attack you too. I don't come here to make friends. And so for that, because of that, you can please do a quick search on Twitter. I God bless my brother Harry. Harry is actually the one that I stayed sometimes in this movement and I look and ask myself the sacrifice on this one. You guys knew then it was even back to back. I was going down until Harry came and took the job away from me. I felt so much relief in my heart. Someone can also come out and play even more dirtier than I was down. And so for that, for the past 2 years, you can insult me. Call me Saddam, you're a bastard. Saddam, you're mad. Saddam, you're this. Saddam, you're virtually all the Labour Party candidates that came out and asked. Sakempela is here. I platformed him. Do I have your numbers? But I don't ask you to do anything. I don't do back channel chat with politicians. I'm not coming out to claim that I'm wealthy or something, but I'm contented with what God has given me. Go and tell him, if you have guts, tag Saddam. CEO, PDPO, if you have anything on Saddam, bring it out. Come for my reputation. I'm saying this once and for all. You come for my reputation because I'm doing what you don't like. You can insult me. If you come for my reputation, I defend my name. Some of us are not the way we can. And please, I don't need any sympathy. We are used to this. We are used to all these things. I just had to put it out there and clear this. If every time PDP children call me criminal, so that be thief, I don't get problem. Cost me, I know it's normal. It's part of the process. We're in this thing to change Nigeria. We'll deal with these kind of things. But if you have anything, all of you people, soon we will expose him. If you're born of a woman and you don't expose Saddam soon, that's soon. Let me keep quiet. Today's my mother's birthday. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. I have to just clear this
Happy
out of my
birthday to
chest
your
because
mama.
Mom, see.
my mom turned 68 today, man. So may you see say I just had to clear. It's not good. We forget that we're in diaspora and everything. No. We want no. It is possible. That man is passing through a whole lot. He can do better, yes. But you don't call him out and criticize him and insult him like a apist and one more time, Dr. Mo, Mommy Bolande, thank you. My brother Jimmy down there, you did not say anything to that. Hours every single day. People are putting in their money and resources every day to make sure these conversations go as far and wide as possible. We will not allow anybody just come up and mess up our name or our brand. Thank you guys so much. Anchor Dede, Dr. Hekena, Liberty Champion. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you. God bless you, Jared. I hope they're all good. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. I'm just going back to my roll call. Kolade, thank you. My brother under structure. Oluwadami Larry Olawaski, Chick. Dr. Mrs. Dr. Mary White, thank you so much. Gladys Okeke, thank you. Mr. Strong's Adigwe incoming viral. building. I think that should be Big Mark. Thank you so much, Ponty, Gabriel, Constance, CJ, Dr. Talata, Michael. Guys, I can't call all the names, but thank you